What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. And I think I just want to first start by saying who's here and shouting everybody out before we get started. I want to say shout out to Cheryl Bryant. Good evening to you, my queen. I want to say shout out to my high queeness, Shiro. I love you so much. I want to shout out sweet my angel, sweet Akibalon Violet. I love you. I love you. I love you. And I want to shout out Portia Snelling. Good evening, and shout out to you, Queen, as well. Yes, do thumbs up, everybody. Thumbs up, everybody. If you're watching, if you're not even in the chat, do thumbs up. Participate and show solidarity and unity. It's what I'm all about. It's how I live my life. It's one of my foundational principles. It's not just words. You know, I'm not just some fake conscious YouTuber. Everything that I express and utter is exactly who I am. Like, this is me, you know. This is not a show, and you know, any of that other stuff that goes on social media. You know, you find me as you find me in my life. If you were here with me, so do thumbs up if you are watching, and if you are watching after the stream is over and it's no longer live, then thumbs up the stream. I was shocked. I tell you, shocked and surprised. Let me make sure I'm not lying first. That but this proves, not that I needed it, but this proves what I have uttered many times before about the state of our people, our character, our state of mind, the things that we're interested in or not interested in. Let's just look at the record. Uh, so let's go back to my first Ramadan video. Let's just start. We'll start there. My first Ramadan video was somehow got frozen at 1,700 views. Just frozen. Just went to 1,700 stop. That was 3 weeks ago. My second Ramadan video, 234 views. The next video I do is racism in Islam, 601 views. But you see, Ramadan, racism. My first cooking video, 260 views. These are out of order. 260 views. The miracle of the number 19 in Islam, 279 views. Oh my God, Dwayne Wade's son, 907 views. You see, you want sensationalism and drama, not just from me, in your life. I'm showing you a mirror of you, of us, our people. The things that you should be interested in is not what you're interested in. The things that should have, off the chart. In fact, why I even restreamed the miracle of the number 19 in the Quran live is because I did that almost 4 years ago and it was under 1,000 views. That's not enough for that message, anything that I utter, quite frankly, but certainly for that. That's just one example, And sadly, those videos I've uttered to my audience before. If you just go by just the subject matter that you see in a thumbnail and a title, you're going to miss out. Because that's not all that's going to come out of me. I'm all over the place, whether it's a recorded video or if I'm live. So even if I didn't exist, so that my point is clear, even if I didn't exist anywhere on planet Earth, you need to get your game up as far as your intellectual consumption, the things that you're interested in, the things that you want to devote your time to. I always tell you, show me where somebody spends their time and their money, I'll tell you exactly who they are. I don't have to meet them. I don't need to. And I'll tell you everything about their emotional state and their intellectual state of being. Just show me where they spend their time and their money. That's all I need. I don't need nothing else. You don't got to tell me where they live, what kind of car they drive. You don't got to tell me they got siblings and family. I don't need that. I have everything that I need. I have it all. I have it. I have it. I have it. I have it. So that's pathetic. And you should be embarrassed by that. Whether you're guilty of it or not, you should be embarrassed. Because this represents all of us, except me. But it represents all of us. This is one of the reasons why we lag behind at every test point in society and in the society. I was going to say across the earth, but particularly here, because Africans, continental Africans, are definitely not in the same boat as us. It's interesting that these demons continue to put such a negative image on Africa, when indeed people in Africa don't, if they have their house and their land, they own that. There ain't nothing else to be paying, nothing, no, we're fine. And many people, if they don't even own a home, many people live free, for free. And even those who pay rent, that's something you pay annually. You don't even pay that monthly, So those are just some markers, when we talk about a society, and certainly if we juxtapose certainly any African country to this, this is the worst place on earth to live, everybody. It is. It is. If you're into just worldly things and technology, this is the spot for you. If you want all the sin and the disobedience, and you want blasphemy and ill repute and disbelief and sensationalism and evil and intoxication and sex and pedophilia, this is your cruise ship. This is it. You get your luggage. This is your ship. You're here. This is your boat. This is it. This is the party. This is the party. This is it. You have arrived. But these things don't lead anywhere. As I said to you, as it relates to even death and dying, the moment they put you in that grave, that's where it all begins. That's where it begins. This is just a temporary thing, and a test. A temporary test. Temporary test. Let me also shout out. Let me move me out of the way. Portia Snelling, if I didn't shout you out already, shout out to you. Evelyn, Salaam Alaikum, and Eid Mubarak. Alhamdulillah. Salaam Alaikum, my sister. Oh, and SubhanAllah. Do a screenshot, everybody. You know how when they go to premieres and they're saying, I don't know, I need a celebrity name. Idris, over here, Idris. And so when they saw the paparazzi going off, and they're like, so everybody gets them. So that. Jazakallah khair. Alhamdulillah. Barakallah fikum. Alhamdulillah. Evelyn sent my written voice, you guys know her by, but sent me this book. It's called Blackness and Islam. And I'm deeply grateful for this. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah. I brought this topic, everybody, because I mentioned it in my last piece, and because during Ramadan I was made aware of this. It came across my radar, and I instantly knew, just from a couple of things that I saw, that raised my eyebrows. The first one was that the shooter was black. That immediately was like, what? No. But I would have just been like, okay, fine, whatever, it's whatever. But then I come to understand that no cameras were working. And I immediately went back to Diana, Princess of Wales, because the CCTV camera that are in London, certainly around that area where she was murdered, the Champs-Élysées, this tunnel that they were in, all of that, the CCTV cameras were working. We have evidence that they were working before and after the accident. But suddenly they weren't working at the moment of the accident. We don't know what happened. And I always tell you, when you have anomalies, that is the stench of conspiracy, 100% guaranteed. You cannot have anomalies. This is one of the test points when you are doing a dissertation on any big event, big or small, quite frankly, or even an individual or anything. This is one of the test points, one of the interrogants that you would use. Are there any anomalies? Like, just, oh my God, by the way, and you can maybe have one of those. But once you get over one, maybe even two, you're in a conspiracy. That's 100% guaranteed. For anybody that just doesn't know what I'm talking about, I'll give you an example. We all know of the JFK shooting, the murder of JFK. So if you want to tell me that Oswald, before you even get to everything else, if you want to tell me that Oswald, they claim he was a crap shot, you know, his military record for marksmanship was abysmal. You want to tell me he got one shot that hit even the limousine? It would get allow this. But you want us to believe that he got off 3 shots from a rifle that all experts in ballistics say is not possible even in 2022. That's an anomaly. That's 2 anomalies. He's a crap shot, and he gets off all 3 shots in a time frame that fits their lie. That's a conspiracy. Before we know anything else that may have happened or didn't happen, that's conspiracy. Immediately, that's the stench of conspiracy. That's it. That's it. And oh, by the way, we know that the route that Kennedy took, that last turn onto Houston Street, was made in a very short window of time. That if you had been planning this a long time out, that would have messed up your entire operation. It was supposed to go straight. It wasn't supposed to turn on Houston and then on the Elm. It wasn't supposed to do that. That was a last minute decision. And he couldn't have known that the top of the limousine was not going to be on the limousine. And he couldn't have known that the Secret Service agents that normally stand on the running boards that are made on this car, that they weren't going to be standing there. These are all anomalies. So why it's important to stress this so much is because we live in a time where white people, who are the definition of deception and conspiracy, but we've seen in our lifetime, certainly in the last many years, where the truth is optional. Reality is optional. You get to have an opinion and get to hold that without challenge. I say no. I say truth only. And anything that doesn't line up with that is garbage. That's it. I don't need to respect it. I don't need to, well, you get to have your opinion. No. What you're saying is garbage. It's some bullshit and you should die off. That's how I feel. You see? So, but there's a seduction with this pattern of behavior, so that when you are faced with anything, you are now subconsciously allowing yourself to be in a gray area. Well, I don't really know. No, there's hard facts, there's hard truth that does not change. That's it. And so that's why you have to use these test points that I'm describing for events like this, certainly everything else, but we're on this. You have to use this formula for everything, because if you're somebody that wants to hold on to the truth of anything, there's a lady that I know. She claims she's a Jehovah's Witness. I'm over it. Anyways, and I can't even have a conversation with her, because I can't, not just her, anybody else, quite frankly, I just can't be in a physical space or any place where I know the truth and then I'm supposed to just go along as if I don't know the truth. I'm not having it. I'm not doing that. That's why I speak about Christianity the way that I do, in such offensive terms to any Christian that would hear me, because I don't really care about anybody's feelings or opinions on anything. I'm only interested in what the truth is. I'm not even interested in my own feelings and opinions. What is the truth of it? That's what matters to me. That's what matters. So I don't get bogged down by, ooh, I don't want anybody to feel bad, or ooh, I don't want you to feel this. That. No, I don't care. I don't care. You get over it. You deal with it. You do it. I don't need to. I don't need to. I don't need to. I want to also tell you all that sadly, our holy month of Ramadan has come to an end. Um, it's always bittersweet, man, and it's just on many levels for me, but it's always bittersweet because A, it's over. B, you don't know if you're going to live to see the next one. So you immediately go into that question mark, like this barasak between now and the next Ramadan. You know, it's kind of a PTSD. Not really, no, not PTSD, but like a like after the fact depression type thing. I think that's real and should be diagnosed. And if you had watched the racism in Islam video that I did, then you would understand that component as well. You know, why it's extra sad for myself and most Africans in America who are Muslim, unless you have a good community or you have a community that has more of us or something like that. It's, our day of celebration, our Eid, is supposed to be a joyous time, where you receive gifts, you give gifts, and it's just a whole thing. And we're usually robbed of that, because of these pissy ass Arab immigrants that come here from various Arab nations, So it is over. And so, mashallah. Why I wanted to do this is because A, I've not spoken on this, and B, as with anything that I approach, if it's a societal event or topic, my whole reason to even utter anything on it is to offer some education and value to that otherwise won't be presented. Most other people on YouTube, certainly black folks, live for events like that so they can get their view count up because they all make money. I don't make any money. My channel is not monetized. You don't ever see any ads running on my damn channel. So they don't have any provocation for digging deep. It's just about get out there quickly as they can before the ink is even dry on the story. They're already doing something, and that's fine, but it doesn't offer anything. I wouldn't even speak on this if the shooter, alleged shooter, wasn't a black person, because I know that white people shoot up stuff. They know that. They know that. I cite for you, going back to the DC snipers. Everybody just knew we know they white, so that was like first. And anything else we're gonna find out after that is just like, whatever. Until they weren't. But that made it noteworthy. The fact that they were not white. The DC snipers. Who were very real, by the way. I shared with you guys, I saw the DC snipers with my own eyes and didn't know I was seeing the DC snipers. Because I was living in Maryland at the time. I was working for Xerox. And we were told that we were looking for a white box truck. I was one of these people that, like everybody else, that when you go to a gas station, you duck down when you get. It was like out of a movie. You literally duck down when you get out of your car. You're running a zigzag if you're going in to pay. I mean, it was literally like that. Or don't go to the gas station. I mean, it was just such a time of like, oh my God, you could be shot at any minute. It really was that. And the one of the first shootings, the Michaels, I think it was. I had been at an account just before that. But here's the coup de grace when I saw them and didn't know I was seeing them. Um, I had I hadn't been too long. I had bought Princess the year before. Maybe had I had Princess? I don't remember. Anyways, but I knew I was driving Princess, and I was whenever I would get calls up for Staples or home Staples or what's the other one? Office Depot. Um, I would usually go to those accounts early. I would always make sure I had a relationship with those store managers so that I don't have to wait till your store opens. I can come in when you're there, like, and the store's not open. And I usually fix all the machines, not just the one you're calling about, because I don't like getting calls. Like, don't call me. I'm busy. Don't call me. So on Rockville Pike in what's that part of Maryland? I've lived all over this country, y'all. It's hard for me to remember any place, but um, I think that's Rockville Pike. Anyways, I was at the Office Depot, and it was just sun up. You know, the dew is still on the car, you know, and stuff like that. Um, and there's no traffic. I'm coming out, and it was just this one car. So I had to wait for them to go past so I could go out. There's two lanes, the yellow line, and then two lanes. So when they came, I crossed the two lanes, plus in the yellow line, plus that other lane went over to the far lane to turn to go, and then there's a red light. Well, Princess has tinted windows, and so do they. But where we were, the sun is over here to our left. So that's where the daylight was coming from. So it was light out, but it wasn't like, oh my God, it's light yet, you know, but it was daylight. And I could see Lee Malvo's afro, and I couldn't see John Muhammad. I could just see his shadow. I could see there was a driver, but I noticed the Jersey plates because the car that I had right before I bought Princess, I bought it from one of my buddy's sisters who was from New Jersey. And that's one reason why I bought the car. Because I thought, well, if she goes back and forth to Jersey, then this is the car then. You know. And when the light turned red, they took off, or turned green, they took off. I saw the hole in the back. But I didn't think nothing of it. Because we're looking for white box trucks. And where I lived at in Beltsville, Maryland, which is right near the university, one freeway stop up from where I get off the freeway, one freeway stop up is where they were caught in the rest stop. And when I saw the car, I almost fainted because I was like, I know the car. I was right next to these dudes. Anyway, it'll be in the book, as I say. Where do I want to begin on this? I think I'll begin where I began, where it came to me. That this dude, I didn't know. I think I probably heard about the shooting, and it was like, okay, fine, whatever, shooting, whatever. But then he was caught, and then it was like, oh, they're trying to say it was a black dude. Um, okay, none of this is what I need. Um, Okay, I think this is what I want. And it's the BBC. The BBC is reporting. Yeah, we'll start with this. Now, this is the report of this dude being arrested. I guess we'll start there. Police arrest suspect in New York subway shooting without incident. That was the other thing. It was enough that it wasn't a white shooter, because he would have been shot, or maybe not. But definitely a black shooter, not even doing a mass shooting, would have been shot. And that this guy was arrested was also anomalous for me. Like, nah. I don't know if there's supposed to be a picture or video or whatever right there, but nothing's coming up, so whatever. Let's enlarge this in case anybody wants to read along. Police in New York. What is the date on this? This is from the BBC. 14th April. You have to feel like you're choking. 14 April. 14 April. Police in New York City have arrested a man suspected of shooting 10 commuters in a rush hour traffic at a Brooklyn subway station. Remember, Brooklyn is not what we think when we think Brooklyn. You feel me? It's gentrified. It's white people. So it ain't Brooklyn. It don't got the cred. You feel me? Now they done gentrified. They'd be like, I'm from Brooklyn. No, you ain't. You not. You not. But you not, though. Frank James. That's the other thing that got me, because I actually had an uncle named Frank James. My mother's brother was Frank James. 62, is alleged to have donned a construction worker's helmet, vest, and a gas mask before throwing smoke grenades and opening fire. Okay. A construction helmet, that's one okay. Comma, vest, and a gas mask. All right. A massive 30-hour manhunt was launched in the wake of the attack. Mr. James was Mr. James? This is a problem. This is a problem. That's a problem. Why is that a problem, Jedi? Well, for those of you who have been with me, you know why it's a problem. If you've been paying attention. For those of you who are new, one of the tactics that they use in this white society is last name. Go back and look at any of the police shootings of any of our people. They immediately refer to you in last name, and you're the victim. Even when you didn't do anything, like just, you didn't do nothing. Like, we'll use Philando Castile. So they won't say Mr. Castile. They'll say Castile. That's it. You know, Martin for Trayvon. Brown for Mike. You feel me? You don't get no Mr. You don't, and it's meant as a deliberate disrespect, because when you become an inmate in any corrections institution in this bitch, you go by last name only. That's it. Even the officers, we went by last name. So I've shown you this over the years as a consistent thing, where it's used in disrespect. Even if it's not a criminal thing, they will do that with just people in, just for our people in other situations, proving my point. Not that I needed anything else to go with it, But remember that even when Barack Obama became president, they wouldn't call him president. They would just say Obama. Again, just last name. They wouldn't even say Barack, just Obama. You feel me? And white people are the same, whether you know it or not, and whether they acknowledge it or not, or whether they like it or not. I'm proclaiming the truth. So this Mr. James, nah. You may as well tell me that there was a golden pixie sitting right there, or a tooth fairy. Mr. James. Mr. James, and I remind you, this is from the BBC, this is written. There's a writer, an editor, and a publisher. So this Mr. just doesn't get there by accident. And it's not like he was a coworker or a family member. They've just known him all their life, and oh my God, he's amazing. They're reporting on an event. Why Mr. James? Why? I always tell you, you got to know your enemy, your environment, your condition, everybody. Mr. James was taken into custody on Wednesday. Taken into custody. Not wrestled to the ground and after a standoff and, no. Was taken into custody Wednesday afternoon in Manhattan after police received a tip-off, they said. So now we're looking for what's the tip-off, because they just told us in their opening sentence that he's 62 years old, so he's not a sprinter, and he's wearing a construction worker's helmet, a vest, and a gas mask. So if I'm sitting up here, I don't got a helmet. But just imagine a Jedi with a helmet on. Forget the vest, it doesn't matter. But I also got a gas mask. Not one of these little, oh my God, it's COVID mask. No. A gas mask. How are you going to identify me? Tell me. So, I'm sure they're going to explain that to us. After the police received a tip-off, they said, quote, "My fellow New Yorkers, we got him," Mayor Eric Adams, bitch-ass sellout, said via video during a news conference. Ha ha! This is the bastard. I think he's new, this Eric Adams person. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but one of the things that I wanted to try to explore in this, in discovering what went on with all of this, is why. Because I'm making the claim that this is fiction at the very least, and didn't happen at worst, but why was going to be the question. And I think I'm seeing the beginning pathway of the answer of the why, because this is a black dude. And I did a piece years ago. I think it was the white dude who's married to the black woman. What's his name? He ran for president and everything. But anyways, I showed you where there was thousands of police. I brought you video. Went through it forensically. There were thousands of police. Something had happened, or some event, or something. There's something they were doing in New York or something. And literally thousands of police that come from all over, all types of jurisdictions and municipalities and all this kind of stuff. All these police. It wasn't just New York. And they all turned their back. All of them. Again, proving my claim that there's no such thing as a good police officer. They don't exist. That's fiction. That does not exist. You understand? It's right up there with the leprechaun. All right. But, so they are very whiny, New York police. They're very whiny, and they are used to sort of running the city, if you will. You understand? They're definitely there for the power structure and not your ass. Not the citizenry. So a black man is going to be mayor of that city? And you got all these white ass police? So this could be and now we have to find out what is the state of the police budget, and was it at threat? What was the politics before this event? How does this? How does this? Is this relevant to that? And I'm gonna just suggest, at least suggest, that it is at this juncture. We're just getting it, but we're gonna find out. Because I forgot all about this dude. So yeah, so we got him. My fellow New Yorkers, we got him. Even the language on that I don't like. You know, um, this wasn't like something, to my knowledge, that went on for like, a few weeks or a month, or, and there's been all this detecting and investigating, and finally we got him, So even the language there is too Yankee for me, and tribal. Um, we got him, and it's a black man. We got him. I didn't hear that when Dylan Roof showed up, or the bastard, the little sissy that shot up Kenosha, Rittenhouse. We got him. Didn't hear that language. We got him, said the sellout coon in a news conference. Officials said Mr. James, there it is again, Mr. James, everybody. So when something becomes a pattern, what do I tell you all the time? It's no longer coincidence. It's on purpose. Writer, editor, and publisher decided we're going to call this Mr. James. Mr. James. Do you understand how out of character that is? Mr. James. I need you to really understand how anomalous that is. Officials said Mr. James was the sole suspect in the shooting at Brooklyn's 36th Street station on Tuesday morning. On a Tuesday morning. When did this happen? When was this event? Remember, 9/11 was on a Tuesday. Was on a Tuesday morning. This is a Tuesday morning. Want to know what time it was? This is how you do dissertation, everybody. This is how you find out if there's bullshit or not. When was the New York City subway shooting? 15th April. And this one says timeline of New York subway shooting. So it's going to be very important to our investigation. A timeline. So it's 15th of April. That's tax day. So we know it was on 15th of April. That was a Tuesday. So, okay, let's go on. Let me just quickly check to see who's here, y'all, because we're going to be in this. And I don't want to get in and have people just, somebody just recently came in. I just shut them out really quick. And I'll sit there for 5 hours waiting to be acknowledged. What am I doing? I'm going to the chat. Well, I don't want to do it on there because I don't. This is going to get good. I sense. I can just smell it. Let's see. Yes, I see your comment also, Evelyn. It's bittersweet. The air, the vibe is different after Ramadan. It really is. Yes, do thumbs up, everybody. Thank you, Shiro, for that. Sweet D, shout out to you, and blessings back at you, Queen. Miss Christie, good evening, and shout out to you. This whole situation seems staged. Well, I'm going to find that out. I don't know what you all know, and I'm learning as we go. Mr. James does sound like they speaking of a VIP. I love that, Shira. I wasn't gonna read no comments, but I seen I had to read it. Allison Bleb, shout out to you, Queen Khalifa of the Most High. Assalamu alaikum. So good to see you, brother. Um, okay, Cheryl, I see you. Alan Keys. No, it wasn't Alan Keys. It was it's a white dude. He's tall. Kita, salamu alaikum, alhamdulillah. And did you get my text back to you? Because you really like, I'm always willing to move my position on anything. I just, whatever the truth is. So I really love where your sense of thought and your observation on that was really just like, oh, wow. I mean, just like, so I appreciate you, but we will discuss. And so shout out to you, and also Eid Mubarak as well. All right, I want to go back now. Bill de Blasio, thank you, Kita. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Bill de Blasio. Now, and so it's a Tuesday morning. What time? That's what I needed to know. We need to know, what time does this take place? I have to know that before we move on, everybody, because I'm making a case. So in order to make my case, I have to have the information. So what time? Well, maybe they're going to tell us. All right, I'll just hold that and keep reading on this one and see if they're going to answer that for me. What time? Now, he's the sole suspect in the shooting at Brooklyn's 36th Street Station, but 6 and 3 is 9 on a Tuesday morning, 9/11. January, February, March, April. That's 4. 5 and 1 is 6. It was the 15th. The day after Shiro's birthday, by the way, if anybody wants to wish our queen happy belated birthday. 5 and 1 is 6. I'll hold that, but it's at the 36th Street Station. That's 9. On a Tuesday morning, in which 23 people, that's 5, were wounded, 10 of them from gunfire. So we got 23, now we're up to 33 with that additional 10. I'm going to have to write. Hold up, y'all. I even had to get my M&M, y'all. Just saying. Yeah. All right. Now we're at 33. Because even with the Kennedy assassination, it was the 33rd parallel, the time he was killed, it was a few things, he was in a triangle of shit, it was the whole thing, 23 people were wounded, 10 of them from gunfire. So they're making that. So it's 10 of the 23. But they still put these bold numbers, you see. A writer, an editor, and a publisher, everybody. These things don't just appear on paper by themselves. 10 of them from gunfire. The attack renewed calls to address violence in the city's transit system. Renewed calls, this is going to be important to our investigation. Renewed, that means that we've been bitching about it. Renewed calls to address violence in the city's transit system. Now, that immediately strikes me because, as I said to you, I saw something that said, and I pulled up an article that has that title, so we're going to read it and find out what it is, but I'm already detecting and suspecting. So when I see that, the first thing, that means, well, if there was all this ire about the city's, the violence in the city's transit system, why weren't the cameras working? It's just a starter. I got nothing right now, but these are the building blocks. All right. Key chant Sewell. Key chant Sewell, New York police commissioner, said that Mr. James, there it is again, that Mr. James was who's referring to him as Mr. James? Is Keyshan't referring to him as Mr. James? And everybody else that they've mentioned in the previous sentences or paragraphs? Or is the BBC, the document we're reading from, are they referring to him as Mr. James? Who's referring to him as Mr. James? Who's doing this? Who? So Keyshan't, New York's police commissioner, said that Mr. James was arrested without incident, in quotations. They put that in quotations. Without incident. Why is that in quotations? Why is that in quotations? Why is that in quotations? Why? Isn't it enough to say he was arrested without incident? Is it in quotations because the rest of it is not his quote, but just this is? Did he, or is all of it his quote, but he highlighted without incident? Why is that in quotations? Why? I need an answer. But he was arrested without incident, quotations. There was nowhere left for him to run, she said. I thought Keyshan't was a male, but it's she said, so it's a female. So he shot up the New York subway system, where you've had 9/11. You had, before that, in the 1990s, you had the bombing of the Twin Towers. And then of course, in 9/11, you had them blow up the towers and destroy them completely. And every movie that has a disaster in the country takes place in New York. But here he is with no vest on. No vest. No police in front of him as he's being led out of where he's being led out of. And there's no caption for the picture. But why doesn't he have a bulletproof vest on, everybody? Because New Yorkers would be pissed off, and they'd be, you fear for the prisoner's life, and why doesn't he have a vest on? The guy here to the right he's literally got his hands in his pockets. This is all very suspect. Everything matters, everybody. Everything matters. Let me just do this. Police did not answer questions about the individual who called in the tip. That's very upsetting, because I already asked. They said they had a tip. And I said, well, he was wearing a gas mask and a helmet. We'll forget about the vest. Nobody cares. And it clashed with his eyes, so nobody cared. All right, but you got on a gas mask and a helmet. Who's calling in a tip? What do you do? How do what? Where? When? These are valid questions. But then they give us this. Police did not answer questions. So that means they have the knowledge, but they're not, well, we can't tell you. Did not answer questions about the individual. So how do you know it was one person? While you're telling us they wouldn't tell you anything about the person. You just accidentally let us know it was one person by using the word individual. Huh? Police did not answer the questions. Multiple. I mean, I ain't the only person that wanted to know this, because that's what you would ask. Well, how did y'all know that how did y'all find him? Did not answer questions, plural, about the individual who called in the tip. Who called in? Individual who called in the tip. So you know it was one person. Though the Associated Press, and CNN are reporting the suspect was the one who tipped off police to his location in Lower Manhattan. So I shoot up a subway and I get on the phone and say, okay, listen, hello? Could y'all hear me? Yeah, this is Frank James and stuff. Yeah, I just shot up the damn subway, man. Y'all come get me and stuff. Yeah, all right. Come on. I mean, I'm being ridiculous, but that's how ridiculous this is to me. First they say, well, we can't tell you. And then now they take editorial license and say, though, after the comma, though the Associated Press and CNN are reporting so, and we don't see the word alleged, are reporting that the suspect was the one who tipped off police to his location in Lower Manhattan. Mr. James, there it is again. Mr. James will be charged on several counts, authorities said, including the violation of a federal law which prohibits terrorist and other violent attacks, end quote, against mass transit systems, charged on several counts, comma, authorities said, including violation of a federal law which prohibits terrorist and other violent attacks, end quote, against mass transit system. He could face life in prison if found guilty. What are the other charges? What are the other counts? He had 9 prior arrests, police said. Oh, here we go. He had 9 prior arrests, so you have all that. And he has ties to Ohio, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. The search for Mr. James, like they're using that as first and last name. First name Mr., last name James, goddamn. Was complicated by malfunctioning cameras inside the subway station. Oh, this is the part I want to see. The search was complicated by malfunctioning cameras inside the subway station. Officials on Wednesday, that'd be the next day, officials on Wednesday, that'd be the 16th, officials on Wednesday were working to determine whether one or multiple cameras at the station were broken. You don't know? If I don't have an image for that camera, it's broke. It don't work. I'll just read it again. Officials on Wednesday were working to determine, because we don't know, whether one or multiple cameras at the station were broken. That's a very suspect sentence, everybody. Like, this is Wednesday. This is the day after the crime. You don't know if more than one camera was broke or not working? You don't know? I can't. I feel like we're gonna revisit that. Because I did pull up something that said cameras. I just, if it has the title that goes with what I want to know, I'll pull that up. We'll find out what it's gonna say when we read it. The suspected gunman escaped the scene, but was linked to the attack through a rented U-Haul van. Just a second. The suspected gunman, now he's suspected gunman. He's not Mr. James anymore suddenly. But the suspected gunman escaped the scene, which we know that already, because we finally got him. We got him, said the bastard. So this is, why are you telling me this? But the suspected gunman, suspected. That's right up there with a lidge. Like, we don't know. Not the gunman. Everything we just read is affirmative. From the title to now, it's affirmative. But now, 30 paragraphs in, the suspected gunman escaped the scene, but was linked to the attack, I thought, through the tip. That police got a tip. And then you said, no, he called it in himself. Now, it's suspected, he's suspected, and he's linked to this attack through a rented U-Haul van. Oh, it was the U-Haul that how we caught him. Is that what you're telling us now? 6 paragraphs in? Was linked to the attack through a rented U-Haul van. Are you understanding me? This is why it's an anomaly, everybody. There's not even consistent information up to this point. The key to the van, rented in Philly, was found at the scene. Along with a Glock 9mm handgun, 3 ammunition magazines, a plastic container containing petrol, a credit card, with Mr. James's name on it, and his mother's DNA, and his birth certificate. It was all there. This is right up there. Back when, after they blew up the towers and the Pentagon on 9/11. Remember every time they come out with something about Al-Qaeda is how you actually say it, which is the foundation or the base in Arabic. But there was, or either Osama bin Laden. Every time they found a room or a tent and they left videotape behind and all their plans of what they were going to do, and it was ridiculous to me. I mean, I was like, okay, wait for it, watch, they left everything, watch, wait. And then sure enough, it became a running gag with me because it was the truth, and they would do that. This is that. So now they've just told us that first it was a tip. Then he called us and told us to come pick him up. He told us. And then now he's suspected because we don't know. And it's from a U-Haul van. But then also, if that don't work, in case they don't buy that, he left the key to the van at the scene. Because what I do when I do any crime, I always leave all my stuff at the scene. Everybody knows that. Every time I rob a bank, I leave all my stuff at the bank. Everybody knows this. That's what you do. Everyone knows it. So, a key to the van, along with a Glock 9mm handgun, because who's going to need protection after they've shot up the subway system? Not me. Who needs that Glock 9mm? 3 ammunition magazines in case somebody picks it up and needs some ammo, because you want to be healthy. You want to be helpful to others. A plastic container containing petrol, a credit card, with Mr. James's name on it. But you opened this paragraph saying the suspected gunman. Am I being ridiculous? Am I imagining this? I'm the problem. I know it. Okay, fine. I'm the problem. It's me. It's me. It's me. It's me. I should just I should just sit down because I have no right to be here. No. They opened this paragraph with the suspected gunman. So after all of this, wait, I'm still suspected. He left the DNA sample, he left a stool sample, his mother's maiden name, a birth certificate, the high school he went to. I mean, it's all there. An FBI affidavit. An FBI affidavit said the agency believes Mr. James rented the U-Haul in Philly on Monday and drove it to New York, arriving the next day just a second. Because you just told me. Again, if you want me to analyze shit, don't say it to me. Definitely don't write it down. Don't do that. Don't. Because you just told me that, where was it when they introduced the U-Haul? You just told me that I'm in the same paragraph I highlighted, that the suspected gunman, because we don't know, was linked to the attack through a rented U-Haul van. Seems, and he left the key at the scene. Seems you would know exactly when and where he rented it. And at a U-Haul, you're going to have to show your driver's license, and I'm sure there's going to be cameras in the place and outside of the place. I've rented U-Hauls. We've all done this. But now but you're dumb. You're an idiot. And you are if you live in America. So this goes right past you. An FBI affidavit says the agency believes, because we don't know, that it just should be said, the agency said that this is how they knew. But no. The agency, an affidavit from the FBI believes that Mr. James rented the U-Haul truck in Philly on Monday and drove to New York, arriving the next day. The agency said that records showed the Glock was lawfully bought. Now you have the record on the Glock, and you're stating this affirmatively. The agency, the FBI, said, not believes, said the records showed the gun was lawfully bought in Ohio by an individual named Frank Robert James. And I'm sure it wasn't brought on the same day as the damn U-Haul truck, so you have affirmative information on the gun, but we believe on the U-Haul truck. This is very important, everybody. This is very important. This is very important because it's like, I love this. Judge Judy says, if you tell the truth, you don't have to have a good memory. That's it. That capsulizes my relationship with the truth. It's everything. So this is that for me. Like, if it's the truth, then it reads like the truth. I woke up, the sun was rising. Several hours later, the sun was setting. That's easy. That's easy. The truth flows like water. That's why I always tell you, the truth and water are like the same thing for me. They always find a path of least resistance, and they definitely coming through. They coming. It's going to happen. When it doesn't read like the truth, it's because it's not the truth. It's just getting worse as I read it. Affirmative information on the gun. What was the word? The records show. But you already told me you have the key to the van and all the shit at the scene, but you're not sure about the U-Haul, because they're not sure if they're going to keep that in the lie or not. Anytime they leave something open and sort of ambiguous, it's so they can come back later and go, oh, we didn't know. 9/11 I cite for you. After it became too much bullshit and most of the world was up on this, how did you destroy the planes and every fucking thing in it, but you want us to believe you found the passports just laying in pristine condition out on the sidewalk, just nothing happening there, not even burnt or anything. Oh, it's all perfect. Well, we were never sure about the identity of the hijackers, so we just weren't. That's what they told us. Well, we weren't ever sure about the true identity of the hijackers. And when you had hijackers calling up saying, wait, I'm being seen on international television and I'm still alive. Like, I'm calling you, I'm Hani Hanjor. I'm alive and shit. Well, we were never sure about the identity of the hijackers. Police have not given a motive for the attack. Not surprised. Because if they have a motive, then that becomes separate and something else. Then you got to prove that. But if you stage it, just like when Bush said, when they go, well, why would they blow up the towers and attack us? They hate our freedom. You see. But it was all about the freedom. Damn that freedom. I mean, because that's what I do when I hate freedom. I just blow things up. That's what I do. Yeah. Works every time. So, police have not given a motive for the attack because there isn't one. Though authorities have said Mr. James, there it is again, had posted black nationalist rhetoric and bigoted rants online. Well, he's a black man in America. If he's not doing black nationalistic rhetoric and bigoted rants online, I'd be concerned. So this has no weight. It means nothing. Like, offer something. Well, but I mean, they don't really know why he would have did it. But they did say his mama had died 30 years ago and stuff. So, I mean, that could have had happened. And, I mean, it's that ridiculous. But it's just like what I just said. But when they put it in this, it doesn't seem like that ridiculous to you. So I'll just read it how they just said it. Police have not given a motive for the attack. Though authorities have said Mr. James, you see, Mr. James had posted black nationalist rhetoric and bigoted rants online and made various statements about the New York City subway system, including about homeless people on the subways and various conspiracy theories according to court documents. Now they got court documents about his entire past and what he's done, and you know. You see what I'm saying? No, just add this, vomit. Bleh, vomit. That's why he did it. Nothing specific, no answer. They open it with this paragraph. Police have not given a motive for the attack, comma. The rest of it is, ugh. See if you find something in that pile of puke. Mr. James is like they're buddies with him now, is expected to make his first court appearance in New York on Thursday. I'm over it. All right, I want to go to this other article that I pulled, everybody, with regard to understanding. Hopefully, it's going to tell us more detail about the cameras or not cameras. Excuse me, because I can't. As we transition, let me come to you really quick. Just to see if there's anybody to shout out and just get a sense of you guys just quickly, because I don't want to lose my flow, everybody. Well, let me go to the very bottom and start there. Ms. Matthews, shout out to you. Good evening. You have a lot to say on this, I already know. Shout out to Donna Gray in the UK. Shout out to you. Ray Supreme. I'm going to shout out Ray Supreme. I see Donna saying Ray Supreme, but I don't. Ray Supreme, I see you there. Shout out to you, Ray. At least give us an authentic an athletic black dude who is capable of doing all that stuff and getting away. Ah, I love that already. Damn it. Yes. Ah, now I wish I was on the other software so I can highlight the comment. Urgh. Ah, whatever. Um, Donna, still laughing at On the Run. Um, My Angel, Sweet Akibalon Violet, I certainly do not believe that he was ranting about homeless people. Oh, damn it. You also said, and where did he get that Glock 9 from? If I'm not mistaken, I've heard that citizens of New York are not allowed to carry firearms. Ooh, good point. I don't know what I know. I don't remember what I know about that. Their gun law. Ray, once they told me his weight, I'm like, who believes this guy went on the on the run? I'm gonna come back, y'all. I just wanted to see Jedi things done by crazy folks will never make sense to sane people. That should be on a t-shirt, Kita. I'm gonna come back to y'all. I just want to see if there was names I hadn't shouted out. I want to get into these comments, but I don't want to lose our flow. I want to get through this investigation first, because that's what it is for me. This is an investigation based on what they're presenting to me. What are they presenting? What are they presenting? I'm making a charge, and so they need to either satisfy their position and relieve me of my suspicion, or it's some bullshit. So let's go back now, because I don't want to lose my flow. And I'll come back to your comments. Cameras down. Train left to run and faulty police radio. Cameras down, comma, trains left to run and faulty police radio. I understand trains left to run. How Brooklyn subway shooting suspect escaped the NYPD. NYPD defends decision to keep subway trains running to next station after shooting, potentially aiding the gunman's escape. When is this? This is 13th April. Okay, so it didn't happen on the 15th. If this report is from 13th April. When did this happen? What's my question? What's his name? Frank James? When was the New York City subway mass shooting? "23 injured, blah, blah, blah." It's still saying 15th April. But now 13th. Brooklyn subway shooting updates. Person of interest. That's the 13th. So that's why that other one said timeline. Timeline of New York subway shooting and capture of suspect. This is from 13th. Wait, this is from 15th April. But that's when they're given the timeline. So when did the actual shooting happen? When? I need that. Dozens of people, blah, blah, blah. More than 24 hours, blah, 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 blah. 6th April, around 2 p.m., he rented a truck. That was 6th April. April 11th, he picked up the U-Haul truck. April 12th, U-Haul was captured by surveillance footage driving over the something bridge That was April 12th. So April 13th, social media posts circulated appearing to show him now a suspect in the shooting. So it's happened on the 13th? The 12th or the 13th? I gotta go back. April 12th, U-Haul is captured on surveillance just after 4 a.m. after crossing state lines from Pennsylvania to New Jersey and then to New York, according to the complaint. That's 4 a.m. The morning of the 12th. Right, that's the morning of the 12th, the early a.m. to 4 a.m. Security cameras capture an individual wearing a yellow hard hat, blah, 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 approximately 612, the West 7th Street and Kings Highway in Brooklyn, blah. Police ultimately found the U-Haul. Okay, just keep with the timeline. He entered the King Station at around 8 a.m. So this is the 12th still? So the 12th, that's Tuesday the 12th. Let me look at my calendar. Was April 12th a Tuesday? April 12th, April 12th was a Tuesday. So this was on the 12th of April. Okay, so this article is being written on 13th April. Now, and it says the New York NYPD, the murderers, White Devils, defends decision to keep subway trains running to next station after the shooting. I don't understand how that. I don't know what that means. That they continue to run to the next station after the shooting. We're gonna find that out. So let's increase this. Damn it. Close that. New York City police have come under scrutiny for their handling of the Brooklyn subway shooting. Okay, because it just occurs to me as I'm starting this that they didn't really, as we finished that other article, they didn't come back to him being taken into custody and how that happened. It kind of got off and went to other stuff, which was necessary. We needed that, but they never came back and like, okay, this is like, when did you take him into custody? Where did you get him? Let me go back and make sure I did not read something that was there. I thought the article was finished. Wait, y'all. Where is it? Police arrest. Yeah, they just ended it with his expected to make his first court appearance on Thursday. Maybe I should look for another article about him being arrested. You feel what I'm telling you? I don't know. Anyhow, New York police have come under scrutiny. We're going to need to know that. I need to know that. Because they just kind of just went off of that. New York City police have come under scrutiny for their handling of the Brooklyn subway shooting, as several key details suggest multiple mishaps allowed the shooter to escape. This is the other thing you always get in conspiracy, everybody. Oh, there was a blunder. The system broke down. There was incompetence. That one really sends me to the ICU. These are all terms that you usually hear in the atmospherics of conspiracy. It never fails. It never fails. And this is right up there um, for their handling of the subway shooting, as several key details suggested multiple mishaps. Just mishaps. This is probably the most fucking secure city in the goddamn country. It was a mishap that has had an alleged terrorist attack even. But there was a mishap. Who believes that? That's right up there with, the Titanic hit the iceberg, if you believe that lie. Another conspiracy that didn't happen. But and nowadays they would say, "Oh, we just didn't have any way to look. They just didn't know there was an iceberg that was going to be out there in this route that they sail every winter on this cruise." This is that. The suspected gunman, now he's the suspected gunman on the Independent, is what we're reading from. The suspected gunman, identified by authorities as 62-year-old Frank R. James, was arrested on Wednesday afternoon in Manhattan. Nearly 30 hours nearly 30 hours 30, it's a nice little round number, and very suspect, after he allegedly deployed a smoke bomb and opened fire inside the 36th Street station in Sunset Park on Tuesday morning. If he deployed a smoke bomb, that means he's got his gas mask on. Because he opened fire inside the 36th Street station, so it wasn't on the subway. Was it on the subway or was it in the station? Opened fire inside the 36th Street station in Sunset Park on Tuesday morning. Early in the investigation, Mayor Sellout Ass, Moist Booty, revealed that the station's surveillance cameras experienced, quote, some kind of malfunction, end quote. So, well, they experienced some kind of a malfunction. We don't even know. Just like on 9/11, even though Building 7, 47-story structure that would have been the tallest building in at least 39 states in this country, and had Giuliani's command bunker in it that had been specially built for him, had its own water supply, had its own air supply, could withstand the highest range of hurricanes and earthquakes and tornadoes and all of it, but just so happened he wasn't in on that day. The very event that it was built for, to command all of New York, he wasn't in that building, and it was 2 football fields away from the Twin Towers. Wasn't hit by a plane, but yet at 5:30 in the afternoon it went down 6 seconds, its own footprint, but we don't know what happened, and it's not in the official report, so we don't know. So there was a mishap with the cameras, some kind of malfunction, and thus did not capture the footage of the actual shit we telling you that we want you to believe that happened, that left 10 shot and more than a dozen others injured, but we got no proof to show you. And fucking all. Keisha and them said they seen it though. Nene has seen it. Her cousin them seen it. But this is that. I'll just highlight it. The suspected gunman, and they don't tell us how he's identified because they left it sort of ambiguous. He called, he was identified by a tip, we pulled over, a 4-leaf clover, something we don't know. Alright. But now was arrested on Wednesday afternoon, 30 hours after he deployed. Interesting choice of words. Deployed. That's a military term. You don't use that in your daily life. You never use that. I'm telling you, you don't. So this is a military term. Deployed. They've given us his entire background and nothing was military. Deployed a smoke bomb. Deployed. I didn't pick that when we read past it the first time. I'm really concerned about it now. Deployed a smoke bomb and opened fire inside the station in Sunset Park on Tuesday morning. Early investigation, Eric Moist Booty revealed, because remember there had been all this outcry over crime in the city's transit system. So he would have known everything about the transit system. Early investigation, Moist Booty revealed. It wasn't known. Revealed. Meaning we knew it. I'm telling you. Not found out, discovered, noticed, was told, heard. No, revealed that the station's surveillance camera experienced, quote, some kind of malfunction. It's right up there, dude. It's right up there. It's right up there. It's right up there. It's right up there. And thus did not capture a damn thing of this fake ass attack that allegedly, I'm saying, left 10 shot and more than a dozen others injured. This right there with that gay nightclub. A lot of drama around it, people running down streets and things, but we saw no victims. Not one. Sandy Hook, never saw a child. Never saw a moving stretcher with a body on it. I mean, on and on we went. This is right up there, dude. This is right up there. It's right up there. Quote, who we're quoting, quote, we are communicating with the MTA to find out, was it throughout the entire station, or if it was just one camera, he told WCBS radio. Just a second. This is being written the next day, on the 13th. The attack happens on the 12th, allegedly. It didn't happen on the 12th. All right, but allegedly, the whole claim is that something happened. So that was on the 12th. This is being written on the 13th. The language is, quote, we're communicating with the MTA to find out, was it? That means at the time you're speaking on the 13th, there's no more malfunction? Because it would be, is it throughout the whole fucking shit? This is after the fact. Past tense is being spoken here. We're communicating with the MTA to find out, was it throughout? Like, it happened already. Was there somebody in the car? It's like you just showing up and they done peeled off now. Like, was the ice cream truck here? It's gone already. Was it throughout? It seems this is the next day. To be more clear, according to their information, this is 30 hours later. 30 hours after the event. So, because they said it was 30 hours before they found him, or he called them, or he showed up for lunch. We don't know what happened. But was it through? He's asking. We're communicating with the MTA now. We're to find out, was it throughout the entire station? So, just a second. This takes place in your transit system. The first thing you're going to do, and you probably even have it at your police command center, how you can just fucking probably get all the footage from the cameras. You don't need to go to the damn station to get it. It probably is fed or comes to your ass some kind of way, and you would know that already. And you're asking, was it throughout the entire station? You would know that based on what footage you were able to get from the window of time that the crime supposed to have taken place. Why are you communicating with the MTA? That's also a weird choice of words. We're communicating with the MTA. Like as if the MTA is not an investigating body. They're just the mass transit authority. They just run the shit. They're not an investigative body. They're not like the Department of Transportation. They're not the FBI. They're not, So we're communicating with the MTA. Well, who's investigating? You're the mayor. Why are you communicating with the MTA? Who manages your cameras? And in this case, because of Homeland Security and all that post 9/11, I'm sure that's probably who runs the shit, not the MTA, when it comes to security and cameras in New York City. You want to tell me, Kansas City, some bullshit where nobody cares, but New York City, nah. To find out, was it throughout the entire station, or if it was just one camera? He told WCBS Radio. You don't know that already? On the next day? Or was it just one camera? Well, but there would be thousands of cameras throughout. Why would you want to know if it was just one? And if it was one, that wouldn't really be significant. In a system as vast as the New York Transit system, one, who would give a fuck? You're acting like there was only 3 cameras, and we don't know, was it just one that wasn't working out of 3? Like, that's what they're saying right here. But there's not. There are, I'm sure, thousands of cameras throughout this transit system. And let's go on. A uniformed officer, meanwhile, reportedly approached that arrived, a typo, a writer, an editor, and publisher, nobody caught the typo, I'm over it. A uniformed officer, meanwhile, reportedly approached that arrived, I'd like to buy a vowel, at the scene, said his radio was not working, and asked passengers to call, wait for it, 911, according to the New York fucking Times, bitch. Oh my God, I can't. First of all, we don't know what he did or didn't do because there's a typo, and so we can't bridge the sentence together to know what their meaning was, what their intent was. A uniformed officer, meanwhile, reportedly approached that arrived at the scene. Reportedly approached that arrived. I don't know what that means, you dude. But at some point, I guess some uniform officer's radio wasn't working. Another anomaly. Up, cameras weren't working. Up, his radio's not working. Up, anomaly. Stench of conspiracy. Are they ending us there? No, there's more. All right. So we don't believe that. And he arrived at the scene. He arrives at the scene. But oh my God, my radio's not working. And asks passengers. So a uniformed police officer doesn't carry a cell phone, a backup radio, a pager, goddamn. Something. I'll have to ask passengers. Ask passengers, plural, to call 911. You are 911. Oh, and a ununiformed, everybody. Ununiformed officer. Still, it doesn't matter. You are fucking 911. Why do you need passengers to call 911? Because what did you do? So that means he must have done something. Quick, call 911 and I'm sure they're going to tell us in the next paragraph, so we'll just read on. I'm sure they're going to tell us. Late on Tuesday, the 12th, April, police named Mr. James, there it's back. This is a different publication. We were reading from the BBC before. This is the Independent. Mr. James, bitch. First name Mr., last name James. Named Mr. James. Different writer, different editor, different publisher. Mr. James, bitch. How? Wow. Police named Mr. James as a person of interest in the case. This is on late Tuesday, same day as the crime. Later that day, he's named as a person of interest. How? Because he left the 9mm, his mother's maiden name, the birth certificate, the shit, the gun, the ammo, the shit. Named Mr. James as a person of interest in the case, comma, though authorities were careful not to suggest that he carried out the shooting. Just a second, this is late on Tuesday. They just said late on Tuesday. Late Tuesday. Though we don't want to say he did it, even though he left a gun, which we know where he bought it in Ohio, and we had the key to the U-Haul, and he left extra ammo. He left a credit card with his name on it. There was a picture of his mother, his kindergarten picture, and there was also his birth certificate. But although we're careful to suggest that, not to suggest that he carried out the shooting, because we don't know. We want to be very careful here, because we don't want to just name people that didn't do stuff, because we don't know. But this is late Tuesday. You have at least that information already. The stuff that you claim you found that he left behind. You have that late Tuesday. You have it. Because you didn't shut down the subway system, because they said it earlier, they were bitching that they had let the trains run after it happened. So you had the stuff that you told us about. The gun, the ammo, the shit. Now you say that late Tuesday, after you say he's named as a person of interest. Named. That is your person of interest. That's the dude. But, comma, and then it all changes. Comma, though authorities were careful not to suggest, because he knows Oprah and there could be lawyers, not to suggest that he carried out the shooting. We don't want to even say that. We don't even know. As the search extended into Wednesday, Moist Booty announced that Mr. James is now considered a suspect. So just a second. As of late Tuesday, you didn't know that? But you just told us you found his birth certificate and you found his kindergarten picture and you talked to his third grade teacher. And now, that's all late Tuesday. We don't know anything. We don't know. But then Wednesday, as the search extended into Wednesday, so not on Wednesday, as it extended into Wednesday, but you already know, I'm over it. Then now Moist Booty says that Mr. James is now considered a suspect. Well, he's now a suspect. Police said 33 shots. 33. What did we have earlier? Had 23 people injured, 10 of them by gunshot, for a total of 33. 10 of the 23 were hit by gunfire. Right? Or 10 of the 23 were injured or something. I forgot how we read it. All right. And I told you, that gives us 33. That's not 33 shots. That's just a total of 33. Resulting um, number. Now they tell us in this it's on an island all by itself. Police said 33 shots were fired in the shooting. How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that already? How do you know that specifically 33 shots were fired? How do you know? Because 33 people weren't injured. It's just the way they broke the number up. Remember, it was 23. 10 of that, but since they gave us number 23 and then 10, they printed those numbers. That's why I gave you 33. So, but it wasn't 33, it's 23 and 10 of that. That's how we got our 33. But now they're saying police said 33 shots. I already told you about Kennedy, 33rd parallel, and then he was in a triangle shooting, and the time of day he was shot at 12:30. The whole thing, it was just all. And now they say police said 33 shots were fired in the shooting and announced a $50,000 reward for information about the crime. How do you know 33 shots were fired? And announced a $50,000 reward. So at the time of this reading, he's not in custody. He's not in custody. He's not in custody because they're saying 33 shots were fired and announced a $50,000 reward. Why don't you just announce a $50,000 reward? Why you got to tell me it's 33 shots? Why is that germane at this stage in the investigation? By the way, 33 shots were fired. Random as fuck. By the way, here's a recipe for crab cakes and such. By the way, I picked my ass. But then you want to put your onions. It'd be like what? What does that have to do? What? This is that. 33 shots were fired in the shooting. How do you know that? Because you said he left the gun behind. 33 people weren't injured. 23 were. Where did you get these other shots? How do you know? And you don't know if the cameras were working or not. But there's no footage. Where are you getting your 33 shots? How do you know that? Just how do you know that? Not saying it's true or false, just tell me how you know that. How do you know that? How do you know that? 33 shots were fired in the shooting. And was somebody sitting counting? How'd they get that number? Mrs. Feinstein was on the train. She said she heard 33 shots. She counted every single one of them. She did. And announced a $50,000 reward for information about the crime. Only 50,000. Police found a haul van. I think that's another typo. I think they meant a U-Haul van with Arizona. Look at it for yourself. A haul van. Police found a haul van. Because that's where I get my trucks at, is haul van. Who needs U-Haul? Found a haul van with Arizona license plates connected to the suspected shooter and called the bomb squad to investigate. Just a second. They found the van. Where'd you find the van? Where? Where'd you find the van? With Arizona license plates connected to the shooter. Those plates wouldn't be connected to the shooter, they'd be connected to the U-Haul. And even though Arizona plates doesn't mean it's from Arizona. Because you can drive a U-Haul truck across fucking country and drop the bitch off one way. So that's a problem. And you're saying that the plate's connected to the suspected shooter. No U-Haul truck I've ever fucking rented, the plate would be connected to me. It's connected to U-Haul. More anomalies. And call the bomb squad to investigate. What is this? Video reportedly of Brooklyn subway shooting. Well, I don't want to have to put an 18 or older thing on my damn video, so we're not going to play that. And it's probably not really the shooting anyways. Like, just I can't. And it can't be. Because remember, no cameras were working and therefore nothing was found. Damn it. I was telling you, you use their own fucking language. Let me go back and find the actual language for you. It's worth it. If you don't want the Jedi to read it, god damn it, don't print it. What am I looking for? I can see it visually. I'm looking for, what did I say? Why am I going back? Because I said, oh, when they said that no cameras, because they said thus. Oh wait, it might be in the same article I was just reading. Thus. Maybe it was, I don't know, let me see. Where is he? Complicated the subway, blah, 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 blah. It might be in the same one we're already reading. And I'm turned around. Excuse me. It might be in this one that I was actually reading just right now. I remember seeing the word thus. But that was the language. Thus, not capturing anything of what happened, so we don't know. So that can't be. But it says video reportedly of Brooklyn subway shooting. It's not. I'm not even clicking on it. Because they've already told us they don't have it. Well, then I want to click on it now. I'm not clicking on it. I'm not clicking on it because it can't be the shooting. It can't be the shooting. They don't have images of a shooting. I'm sitting here bitching about the camera's not working. Click.
Not coming up.
You don't even know if that's. It's 21 second video. You don't even have the date of that shit. Yeah, so that's the end of it. It was nothing. It's saying 8:11 a.m. 12th of April. It came after police failed to locate the man in a sweep of subway tunnels. Just a second. Just so you know where we left off, where they left us off, they said that the U-Haul, the Arizona plates connected, and therefore they had to call the bomb squad and investigate. It came after police failed to locate the man in a sweep of subway tunnels. Why are you sweeping subway tunnels? How do you know what man you're looking for? It came after police failed to locate the man in a sweep of subway tunnels. A sweep of subway tunnels? A sweep of subway tunnels. Based on witness reports, he may have jumped onto the tracks following the shooting. Who would have known that? Because they said he deployed a smoke grenade. And he's shooting, allegedly. So who would be seeing him jump on anything? And he's wearing a gas mask and a helmet. So no identification to be had there, not understanding. But everything, they always give us some bullshit after commas, I've been noticing. It came after police failed to locate a man in a sweep of subway tunnels, comma, based on witness reports. He may have jumped onto the tracks following the shooting. He may have, we don't know. But based on witness reports, he may. If it's a witness, they say he did. If I'm a witness, I don't say he may have jumped. That means I don't know what the fuck happened and I didn't witness it. You can't have witnessed and may. for me in this right here. I'm just not allowing this. Based on witnesses, or based on witness reports, he may, multiple reports, he may, based on witness reports, what witness? And that's plural, reports. He may have jumped onto the tracks following the shooting. After, or asked why trains were not shut down immediately, which means he wouldn't have been running through subway tunnels if trains are still running. Asked why trains were not shut down immediately in an effort to catch the suspect. Well, so apparently so he could run through subway tunnels with running trains. But asked why they didn't shut down the shit immediately to catch the suspect. NYPD liars, Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence and Counterterrorism, which is why they make sure the cameras are always working because of their intelligence and counterterrorism. Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence and Counterterrorism, you can count on him to have those damn cameras working. Oh, the cameras were not working. Oh, we don't have footage. We don't know what the fuck happened. Oh. John Miller told reporters, quote, "That's not the case," end quote. Okay. Well, then what was the case, John Miller? You can't, it's not just not the case because your white ass says it didn't happen. Just said you were asked why the trains weren't stopped immediately. Oh, that's not the case. Well, what was the case, John? Anonymous NYPD sources, sources earlier claimed the suspect, apostrophe S, suspect's escape may have been enabled by a police error. Remember, they have commissioners of intelligence and counterterrorism, you feel me? And they have it all. But a police error, damn that blundering. Remember, Katrina? It was a bunch of blundering. Really? No, bitch, it was racism out my ass. That's why my people were at that fucking dome and couldn't get water. And you lied and said they were murdering and killing people in the damn dome and the bullshit. This is the same devil. The same demon. Anonymous sources claim the suspect's escape may have been enabled by a police error. Really? Because you just deflected. Because, John, we were told that the trains weren't shut down immediately. Well, that's not the case. Well, then what was the case? And they go, well, it was a police error then. Well, what was the police error? I'm sure they're going to tell us. Was enabled by a police error, comma, with Rolling Stone reporting that a local duty captain from Brooklyn South Patrol reportedly did not freeze all trains in and out of the station were trains on the N, R, and D lines transfer. But just a second, that's Rolling Stone telling me. But John Miller, the Commissioner of Intelligence and Counterterrorism, just said, when asked why weren't the trains shut down, said, well, that's not the case. So where's the police error? Not understanding. The NYPD disputed the report, calling it, quote, factually incorrect, end quote. But then they don't offer shit else. And that, quote, speculation, comma, especially in the middle of a crisis, is not helpful. So it's just typical white whining. No answers, but don't tell me the truth about myself. That's standard white characteristic right there. Standard. Before you get to this whole case and conspiracy, all of it. That's typical attribute. No answer for their bullshit, just, well, no, it didn't happen. Well, no, and how dare you say that in a crisis? Well, bitch, we're asking you about a crisis. This is about the crisis. Tell us. How dare you ask us questions in a crisis to get answers about the crisis that is a crisis? Damn it. But they appear to confirm that trains were not stopped by adding, quote, the victims on the train relied on the subway moving to the next stop to get to safety and seek help. I'm over it. That's so weak after the fact. Well, it's a good thing we didn't shut them down because those people had to get to safety after we didn't keep them safe and they got shot on the train or in the subway. They had to get to safety on the moving train that we didn't. That's what they're literally saying. But they appear to confirm the trains were not stopped by adding, quote, the victims on the train relied on the subway moving to the next stop to get safety and seek help. Because that's standard operating. If you get shot in New York, we make sure those trains keep moving so you can get help to the next station and seek help. And in this, a big ass quote from Rolling Stone. According to the NYPD source, the subway shooting suspect escape may have actually been enabled by the police bumbling. The shooting likely happened while the Manhattan N train was in between 59th and 36th Street. 5 and 9 is what? 15. That's a 6. No, 9, 14. That's a 7. Oh no, it's a 5. Well, that's a multiple of 7. So that'd be okay. And 36th Street. When the train pulled up at 36th Street, some victims poured out onto the platform as smoke from munitions, plural, let off by the gas mask wearing something. Maybe they're going to finish it? No. And then they say this statement is factually incorrect. Oh, well, that's the NYPD. I'm not going to read their denial of that statement. Fuck them. All right, on Tuesday afternoon, police recovered a handgun. Tuesday afternoon, same day as the crime, but later in the day. Afternoon, they recovered a gun, a high-capacity magazine, and a backpack now containing the fireworks and smoke devices. Now it's fireworks also, and a backpack has been added to the arsenal of shit that they said they found. And I'm still not clear, is it on the train or in the train station? Like, I'm not clear about that right now. I don't know. Law enforcement sources said the gun may have jammed during the attack. Another anomaly. Guns don't usually jam, but on this day it jams. On this day the cameras weren't working. On this day the police radio wasn't working. On this day the train went to the other station. Come on, man. This is, the dog ate my homework 2 weeks in a row, every single day for 2 weeks. It happened again. Nobody's going to believe it. Law enforcement sources, more sources, said the gun may have jammed during the attack, preventing further injury and possible death. Why is that relevant? Why is that relevant? And how do you know that? Because you stated affirmatively while announcing your $50,000 reward that 33 shots were fired. No mention of a gun jamming then. Why now the jamming gun? Why? Why? How is it relevant? It doesn't matter. And it's on an island all by itself. Remember, a writer, an editor, and a publisher, everybody. So that's also typesetting. Where's shit going to be? How's it going to be on the page? This is on an island all by itself. Boom, island. Law enforcement sources said the gun may have jammed during the attack, preventing further injury and possible death. Random as fuck. By the way, there was also a lady that let out a fart from eating oysters the night before, if anybody wants to know. I don't know. Did you? Oh, that's not important to the investigation? Nobody wants to know that? Oh, well. I thought it was helpful. You see, it's just random, random, random. That's the other thing they do in conspiracy. They throw out a bunch of random shit, just random, random, random. Police Commissioner Kishant Sewell said Mayor Moist Booty was getting an increased security detail as a precaution. You need a fucking extra detail, bitch? Think about that. Again, and it's on an island by itself, even. So they just give us a random fucking island of nothing. Now, poof. Then on by itself, the mayor is getting an increased security detail as a precaution. Now, is that just, did that end now? Is it over? Or is this now going to be his thing now? Because if so, we have our first one reason of why they would stage this bullshit. A, he wants to add more, he wants to get more security detail. And people will bitch about him spending too much money. Quick, shoot up a train. Look, I have to have more security. So we want to follow up on that and find out whether or not that was just in place temporarily, or is that increased security detail, is that still in place? Because this guy's got a court date and everything now. So do you still need the security detail, Moist Booty? Officials say that the shooting took place on a Manhattan-bound on a train, just before 8:30 a.m. There's our first time, 8:30. On a Tuesday in New York. When did the first plane hit the first tower on 9/11/2001? 8:45, bitch. Tuesday, September 11, 2001, at 8:45 a.m. This is at 8:30 a.m. on a Tuesday. This was in Manhattan. This is Manhattan bound. Just before 8:30 a.m. And also that 8:30, that's also an 11, 8 and 3. Just before 8:30 a.m. That's an 11. And that the suspect was mumbling to himself before putting, again, that's all run together, before putting, that's one word, before putting, it's one word, it's from, I forget what language it's from, but I speak it, before putting, before putting, you don't know it because you don't know, you can't speak that language, that's a word, before putting, a writer, an editor, and a publisher, and there's a typo. Why? It seems like a little thing, everybody, but it's not for me. And even more so now in today's age, because online publications, they have to compete with me and other independent, everyday Joe Blows that can now just report on shit. People aren't calling you up to take their paper, because people can just Google shit now. Like, I can just know what I want to know. I don't need your newspaper. But just that and this is, how are you not proofreading? And that the suspect was mumbling to himself. Where are we getting this information? Officials say, the shooting took place in 9:30, blah, blah, comma, and, it's one thing, you know what time it happened, and that the suspect was mumbling to himself. Where do you get this information? How do you have that? How do you know it was mumbling? Who told you he was mumbling? Who told you he was mumbling? And that the suspect was mumbling to himself before putting on a gas mask and removing a canister from a bag, bitch. And the train began filling with smoke. Who said he was mumbling? And if he had this bag, that means everything would have been in that fucking bag. But you want to believe he took the credit card out with his name on it and left that there? Why would he have reason to have a credit card in his hand during the commitment of this crime? I ask you this now. Even just the credit card with his name on it. Why would I have occasion to touch my wallet while I'm committing a crime? Why? Why? I wouldn't. I wouldn't. And that they began filling with smoke. He then began shooting with a handgun. Says who? Hitting people on the train and platform. Now, again, is he in the train or out of the train? Does he stand on the platform and throw the canister into the train? They've not made this very clear. And they've made it very clear that they have no footage of it. So maybe they're purposely being ambiguous, and why I'm still asking the question this far in. Well, was he in the train or not? We don't know. He began shooting with a handgun, hitting people on the train and the platform at the 36th Street station in Sunset Park. So just a second. Where does he get on at 36? Because they mentioned another number. Does he get on at the 36th Street station, or is this where it breaks out? And if it doesn't, then does he ride the train and then get off and shoot, or is he on the train and shooting? I mean, I don't know, man. Whatever, but whatever. All right, whatever. He's hitting people on the train and the platform, but they don't tell us where he's at. Danny Mastro Giorgio, a Brooklyn resident, and some other things I could come up with, told the Independent's Richard Hall on the scene that he saw several victims of the attack get off the subway at 25th Street Station. You saw victims get off at 25th Street Station. How did you know they were victims? Because nobody would know there's a crime at the time that you're seeing these people. Danny Mastro Giorgio. But it said that he saw several victims of the attack get off the subway 25th Street. How do you know that? So Danny is suspect as fuck too, damn it. New York officials vowed to increase police presence on subways in the wake of the attack. There's our second reason. The mayor gets extra fucking security detail, and they get to spend more money for police because we've given you this terrible event, and you need more police presence in the subways. Look what happened when Frank shot up the place, and it was a black dude, conveniently, that shot it up, and we need new. And why would the mayor need more security presence? Black folks, this is an anomaly that it's even a black person. White people are always and have always been violent. That's all we know from them is violence. You want to tell me it was a mass white shooter? Yeah, maybe the mayor does need more security. They could be coming for you. There's nobody else coming with this dude. He was alone. It was one dude, if it was even him. And I proclaim to you it wasn't at all. It never happened. The whole thing never happened. And they just threw us this Danny Giorgio dude, this Giorgio Armani person, just as a after the fact, and he even saw victims too. Well, where's a picture of that? Where? And Giorgio Armani seeing this doesn't mean anything when the cameras that you paid millions of dollars for should be working. Not one camera was working. New York officials vowed to increase police presence. Vowed. Damn it, we're going to increase police presence on subways in the wake of the attack. You see that? This is beginning to answer the why of it. However, doubts were cast on the effectiveness of that plan when two men were stabbed in a Harlem station early Wednesday. Well, we don't know that. I don't believe that. To show me proof of that. You feel me? That probably is more lies. I don't believe you. I don't know. I heard my thing going off. I don't know. I can't find my phone. Um, we're gonna do one more on this damn camera bullshit, everybody, because I can't. And probably I need to. I'm just not satisfied that we have a full picture of the arrest and apprehension of this dude. How did that come to be? How? I need a mental picture of the conclusion of it. You know, when did everything come together and then you somehow made contact with this dude? Well, how? How? Okay, let's look at this one. This one's about cameras. Since we're already on cameras, we'll do that, but we want to go to his arrest again. We need that answer. That's not satisfied. That's not been satisfied. Cameras down. Trains left to run. How Brooklyn subway gunman escaped NYPD. This is 12th April. This is the day of the crime. Alleged crime. And again, they give you all this as the picture. So you go, ooh, did you hear about the subway shooting in New York? It was a shooting. And you start stating it affirmatively. When all the fuck you've seen is some fire trucks and some ambulances and a bunch of personnel standing around doing absolutely nothing. Nothing's happening. And you proclaim it's happened. When nothing has happened. Nothing at all. This is what they gave us with Sandy Hook. This is what they gave us with every damn thing else. The moment they tell you something has happened, the first thing you should say to yourself is it didn't happen. Surveillance cameras at a Brooklyn subway. This isn't big enough. It's big enough. Surveillance cameras at a Brooklyn subway station were not working during a rush hour attack that injured at least 28 people. Now we're up to 28 injured. With questions emerging about the fugitive gunman. Questions emerging about how the fugitive gunman escaped capture. By the way, they say surveillance cameras at a Brooklyn subway station were not working. Is it just at that subway station that it wasn't working? Because that makes it even more anomalous. Because if there's even one fucking crime that's recorded on that day at any other station, somebody jumped a turnstile or some shit, that, done. I win, checkmate. Even one. But weren't working at that Brooklyn subway station. I don't know. Is it just at that one? New York Mayor Moist Booty confirmed said the MTA cameras suffered, quote, some sort of malfunction. We read that in another piece. When the shooter opened fire and escaped at the 36th Street and 4th Avenue station in Sunset Park. Now we're at 36th Street and 4th Avenue. Quote, we are communicating with the MTA to find out, was it throughout the entire station or was it just one camera? Okay, we read that in another piece. An ununiformed officer, we read that. They just picking up from somebody else. Late Tuesday, blah, blah, blah. Police said 33 shots were fired, blah, 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 blah. There's the video. And that, it came after police failed to locate. Yeah, so they just copied and pasted. All right, we're over this. We need to find out more about the arrest. Yeah. We need to find out more about the arrest. That's what we need. How was he discovered? You know, and then subsequently taken into custody. That's what we'd like to know. We'd just like to know that. That was from the BBC, so let me pick something else. Who reported the suspect? Claims abound. Suspect in Brooklyn subway train. Let me bring you in so you can see these various selections, as it were. I was just reading from the BBC, the first one. Now, who reported the suspect? Question mark. Claims abound. Suspect in Brooklyn subway train shooting called in the tip. We're going to have to read all these. At least those two. Suspect in Brooklyn station discussed timeline, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's go with the claims abound. Wait, I need my thing because I need to see my... I hear it. Oh, there we go. Subhanallah. Thank you, Queen. Shiro is saying that the 15th of April was Good Friday. But we're learning now that it wasn't the 15th. I was mistaken. It was the 12th of April that this was all taking place. Who reported the suspect? Claims abound. Did it enlarge? I feel like it didn't move. Collapse. I feel like it didn't move. Okay, now we're cooking with grease. All right. A Syrian immigrant, a shop owner, and an artist are among those who say they played a role in leading the police to Frank R. James, and he may have called a tip line on himself. So this is all of it in one ball here then. This is from 13th April. Updated on 21st April. This is New York Times. Here's what you need to know. Always be skeptical of that. That's for somebody, that's because I always tell you, America's the dumbest society known to civilization ever in history. And so they count on your laziness. You're not going to read. And this is for the even more lazy. Like the person that will actually pick up the New York Times but's not really going to read. Here's what you need to know. So you can just feel like you know everything. Oh, I read it in the New York Times. But all you read was these fucking bullets. They literally title it, here's what you need to know. Like, you don't need to know shit else other than just this right here. These are your talking points. Thank you, Zach. New York has a new hero. There may be more. Interviews, arrest records, and hours of his own words on YouTube offer a fractured portrait of Frank. Are these links? All right, we're going to move on to the body because these are bullets. Damn. What to know about the federal crime Frank James is charged with. We're going to the main body of it. All right. Thank you, Zach. New York has a new hero. There may be more. Zach Tahan. His name is not Zach. I can tell you the fuck that right now. Do you understand? Where's he from? Outside a police station in New York City on Wednesday. His name ain't Zach. I promise you on God, cuz on my mama, nigga. New York City celebrated a new hero on Wednesday, a 21-year-old Syrian, his name is not Zach, who moved to the United States 5 years ago, definitely not named Zach, speaks 5 languages and lives in Jersey. Of course he speaks 5 languages, he's Syrian, and lives in Jersey City. The man, Zach Tahan, a security camera technician. So we have no security cameras in our multi-billion-dollar fucking subway system that was working on the day and saw the shit. But the very person, at least one, is the very person that tells us about the shit is a security camera technician. Who believes this? This is part of the lie. This is another anomaly. How is it that on the very day that you had no cameras working, the very dude that turns your shit in is a fucking security camera technician? I can't, y'all. Now, I can't. I can't. Oh, thank you for that, Queen. I didn't know what that was, but I see what that is now. Ah. But think about that. A security camera technician. Wow. I can't. Whose name has been spelled in varying ways on social media. Interesting they say that. Why would I care? Because it's what I told you already. His name ain't fucking Zach. He's from Syria. They don't name their kid Zach, dude. Give me a fucking break. But interesting, they just went out of the way to mention that, and then comma. Said he was working on updating equipment, but not the subway system. Updating equipment at a shop near St. Mark's Place. St. Mark. And First Avenue in Manhattan's East Village. When he saw Frank James through one of the security cameras that the police will never see him through because the fucking cameras weren't working in the goddamn Brooklyn subway system. But this is exactly how he sees the guy. Not with his own two eyes. No. Through one of the security cameras. When he saw Frank James through one of the security cameras. But now they're going to tell us why he knew he should be even interested that was the dude. When did he see him? What day? What time? How do you know why did that matter? You see, in an impromptu news conference, why did they tell us that? Well, we didn't plan it. Because you did plan it. It was just impromptu. I didn't ask you. It's like I come to your house and, you leave to go into another room. And you left something valuable that I didn't know about. It wasn't out. But you knew you had, $100 stashed behind a vase or some bullshit. And you come back to the room and go, I didn't take your $100. Be like, why are you mentioning $100 and what the fuck with that? Like, immediately you took my fucking money. Like, just, you know what I'm saying? Like, so this is that. And in an impromptu news conference to a crowd of reporters, impromptu to a crowd. Impromptu means there was just one person there. It was impromptu, but there was 50,000 people there and just gave a concert impromptu. In an impromptu news conference, and they have that in blue, by the way. That's in blue. I don't know if it's showing up on your screen. That's in blue. In an impromptu news conference to a crowd of reporters and bystanders on Wednesday afternoon. So this is Wednesday. This is the day after the crime. Mr. Tahan. That's when you use Mr. You see? But they've gone out of the way to call him Zach and then mention that his name has been misspelled on social media. You would think they're friends with him now. And they would say, and bystanders on Wednesday afternoon, Zach Tahan said, but no, Mr. Tahan. You feel what I'm saying? It's bullshit, everybody. Damn. I can't. I need to change the title of the video and just say, this is some bullshit. Like, that's the title. Quote, I thought, oh my God, this is the guy. We need to get him. How did you know that was the guy yet? Because there's no pictures from the subway. And he's wearing a gas mask and a helmet. So, only thing the police had was his name. And at the time you're speaking, that you would have seen him, I don't know if his picture has been, I withdraw. We'll just interrogate Zach a little bit more. Zach. I thought, oh my God, This is the guy. We need to get him. He was walking down the street. I see the car of the police. We have to take this very forensically, y'all, because this is some bullshit. Impromptu conference of a crowd of reporters, but impromptu. And bystanders on Wednesday afternoon. And Zach says, quote, I thought, comma, oh my God, comma, no exclamation. This is the guy, comma. We need to get him, end quote, period. He was, now, no quotations, he was walking down the street, comma, I see the police, comma, I see the car of the police. The car of the police? Nobody talks like that unless you're from Syria. Also, proving my point, your name wouldn't be fucking Zach. I see the car of the police. I'd like to hear this guy. Do we have him on audio someplace? Comma, I said, comma, yo, this is the guy. Now the exclamation they put, and by the way, remember I cited there wasn't one if he says, oh my God. They don't put an exclamation, they just put a comma while quoting him, but no exclamation. And then now they put an exclamation. It matters. Now they're saying Zach Dahan, the 21-year-old security camera installer who first spotted the suspect subway shooter in the East Village, is holding an impromptu press conference on First Avenue. He says news of the presser left him unable to sleep. We have to hear this guy's voice.
I see the guy, he walking
Is there sound?
sidewalk like this. The guy, he killed the 7 people in Brooklyn. Like I was today.
I don't hear it in house. Wait, y'all. I don't hear it in house.
I see the guy, he walking sidewalk like this. The guy, he killed the like I was 2 days I don't sleep, and I see that when I see the 7 people die, I cannot breathe. Like I cannot sleep too. Like I was.
What I tell you, I can't really hear him. But when I read, I see car of police, I'm expecting to hear somebody with some bullshit accent, and that's what I'm hearing. I just can't hear it in house well. I don't know how it's even coming across for y'all. Okay, I gotta turn this up, y'all, so I can hear what you're hearing. And that's what I'm hearing. I just can't hear it.
I see the guy, he walking sidewalk like this. The guy, he killed the 7 people in Brooklyn. Like I was 2 days I don't sleep, and I see that when I see the 7 people die, I cannot breathe. Like I cannot sleep too. Like I don't like the life. Like I want to try to work, I cannot because
I saw the 7 people die. I cannot breathe. And I was. It's just what I suspected. His name is not Zach, homie. It's not. You want to tell me it's Zakaria? I'll allow that even. He's Syrian. Zakaria. But I doubt that's even his name. Or that it even sounds anything like that. I can't really hear this.
This guy, he put me in trouble. Like when he see that 7 people killed, maybe the 7 people have kids, maybe have family, maybe something like that. Like, and I see him, he have bag in his bag, and he was walking the sidewalk, and he put the bag in the street like this, and I see the people, guys, please, the people was walking behind him. I told him, guys, keep far from him. Please, this guy is gonna do something. Like this, people think I am crazy, like nobody try.
I know a lot of Arabs, everybody. See how he's rocking from one foot to the next? Watch. Notice. Watch him. Watch. In fact, fact, let me blow this up. It's already blown up. It's saying exit full screen. Oh, that's all I could get? That's all y'all get? All right, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Just watch what I'm telling you.
I walk like this. The guy, he killed the 7 people in Brooklyn. Like, I was 2 days I don't sleep, and I see that when I see the 7 people die, I cannot breathe. Like, I cannot sleep too. Like, I don't like the life. Like, I want to try to work, I cannot, because this guy, he put me in trouble.
Wait.
Even the 7 people die,
A couple things I'm listening for. First thing I want you to know is this. Back in the 1990s, they admit it now, when they had the first bombing of the Twin Towers, the FBI gave some Arab immigrants, they staged that whole thing. And when the guys realized, oh, you really trying to, it was a whole thing. They realized they were found out. They were trying to give some Middle Eastern dudes, to carry this thing out, and they wouldn't do it, or eventually it ended up happening, obviously we know. But what I'm trying to say is they used Middle Eastern dudes then. It was interesting for me and noticeable when we began to read about this dude, and they were saying, and they just went out of their way to mention that his name is being misspelled on social media. Like, how is that germane to the article and the story? Why? That would mean nothing. But it's one of those little mind fucks. Yet another anomaly, though, that they throw at you. But so isn't it ironic? I say not. It's another anomaly. In New York, a mass violent event happens, and the very first guy that is supposed to be the hero is a Middle Eastern dude with a very thick accent. But I've been around a lot of Arabs, and this rocking, and I say, I cannot do this because I cannot even breathe, because no, that's not when Arabs rock like that. You're having a press conference to recite something that happened. It's flat foot. You do this when you're telling somebody something that you're uncomfortable about. Do you understand? That's when you do this. I'm just saying, all I know is that if it's us, I'm saying you just better have my money by Monday, man, because my mama, I gotta pay her money. This is when you rock like this. Or if it's an Arab, then it's worry, you know, or it's a different context than this. That's such a specific body movement. You don't do that when you're telling about something where you're supposed to be the hero. Go watch any hero anybody's ever been named a hero ever in the history of before I spoke today, and you won't see anybody doing that. I proclaim that right now. You won't find it. It's never happened till right now. Other thing, this guy's from Syria. So this is a 2-minute plus clip. I'm looking to hear if even one, inshallah, is going to come out. Wallah. Any exclamation of God that he's going to say. Because remember, even though he is from Syria, that doesn't mean he's necessarily Muslim. He can be Christian. But Christian Arabs, their language is still the same shit. In other words, like Christian Arabs say Salam Alaikum. Christian Arabs call Jesus Isa, just like I, the Muslim, do. They say the name for God, Allah. So his exclamations are still going to be the same. It's still the same language. You understand what I'm telling you? He's an Arab. I'm listening to hear. I should hear something. If I don't, that means he's completely godless, which means he's bought off by the fucking FBI and everybody else, and he's part of the event. Let's look over here at Zach. And he's very animated, and he's rocking because he's very uncomfortable because he's lying. And he's making it up. And I say I cannot breathe, and I won't be able to sleep tonight because this is anxious. I don't know. It's right up there with the pee dance. You don't know if you're gonna make it to the bathroom or not. That's this. You see? This is that. Let us hear Zach now at this impromptu press conference where 80,000 people showed up impromptu.
I cannot breathe. Like I cannot sleep too. Like I don't like the life. Like I want to try to work. I cannot because this guy, he put me in trouble. Like when he see that 7 people kill me.
My sound is gonna bleed in there, but I can't hear it on this. Wait, maybe I'm tripping.
Maybe just 7 people have kids, maybe have family, maybe something like that. Like, and I see him, he have bag in his bag, and he was walking the sidewalk, and he put the bag in the street like this, and I see the people, guys, please, the people was walking.
They said he left the bag in the station or on the train, because remember, we don't know if he's on the train or in the station. And I see he put the bag, and that's why Zach is rocking like this, because he's lying, because he's nervous, because it's a lie, and all these cameras in my face, and they gonna know I'm lying. Oh my God, I can't.
Maybe something like that. Like, and I see him, he have bag in his bag, and he was walking the sidewalk, and he put the bag in the street like this, and I see the people, guys, please, the people was walking behind him. I told him, guys, keep far from him. Please, this guy is gonna do something. Like this, people think I am crazy. Like nobody tries to believe me. Like I told him, guys, trust me. This is the guy. And I see the police walking from over there. I thought the police, this is the guy. He did that problem in Brooklyn. This guy, catch him, guys, catch him. And he catch him. Thank God we catch him. Thank you very much.
And thank God we catch him. Thank you very much. The heavy swallow. Some body language shit is just universal. I don't give a fuck what language you speak. And I'm still an African. I don't give a fuck. We know when you lying. We'll just see it again. Wait, because there's more to the clip. Let's see if he's going to say more after now, because maybe they're going to batter him with questions. I don't know.
He tries to believe me. Like I told him, guys,
trust not to believe me. I told him, guys, trust me.
This is the guy.
Because I'm the expert. I trust me, guys. I know this is the guy. Like, he's the only one. So that means other people who would have known or not have known about the crime, but you the only one that just so sure this the dude, but nobody's checking for him. Why are you checking for him? Like, it's too convenient, dude. Like, I'm not ready for this right here. Just a second.
And I see the police walking from over there. I thought the police, this is the guy. He did that problem in Brooklyn. This guy, catch him, guys, catch him. And he catch him. Thank God we catch him. Thank you very much. I cannot. Of course, I see him here on the street. I told him, yo, this is the guy, he killed the people. This guy, he killed the people in Brooklyn. And you know, I want to make sure because I don't want to put anybody in trouble. I see him, yo, this is the guy. Like, I can't believe that. Like, we need to tell the police. And we told the police. And the police, they catch him. And the police just told me, thank you. And he left. But you guys you don't have to tell me to be careful from this thing.
Exactly.
We need to be careful from this thing.
From this thing.
Any resistance? Zach, did he put up any resistance?
I don't know.
Did he say anything during the news not letting the
We noticed that the after his main speaking, the press didn't jump to start asking questions. He's filling in after the fact. He's like, y'all ask me some questions almost, you feel me? Watch the cadence of it when he finishes his main statement.
Tell him, guys, trust me, this is the guy. And I see the police walking from over there. I thought the police, this is the guy.
But you got CBS, ABC, I mean, everybody's out there. And they're all seasoned reporters. And when he finishes the main cadence of his lie, then nobody is like, did you such and such, you did what, you know, something. They want to be first to the story. And so that's also missing.
He did that problem in Brooklyn. This guy, catch him, guys, catch him. And he catch him. Thank God we catch him. Thank you very much.
You flagged out.
I cannot hear you.
That's all officers are
Of course, I see him here on the street. I told him, yo, this is the guy, he killed the people. This guy, he killed the people in Brooklyn. And you know, I want to make sure because I don't want to put anybody in trouble. I see him, yo, this is the guy. Like, I can't believe that in my eyes, bro. Like, we need to tell the police. And we told the police. And the police, they catch him. And the police just told me, thank you. And he left. But you guys you don't have to tell me thank you because I did my pleasure. We have to catch these people. If we don't catch these people, everybody is gonna die. Maybe this have between us now.
He's way too animated too. He's way too animated. And I tell them we have to catch the people. And I know this is the guy. And we have to catch the people because this so and so. And it's like he's giving a it's almost like the Syrian version of a Christian pastor. And I know God. And God. This is that for me. It has that same sort of something, you know. I don't believe him. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. He's too nobody who's ever been. It usually people like don't call me a hero. I'm not a hero. I just did what had to be done, and their tone, their cadence is very different than this. He's giving a pep rally. Because we don't know, somebody where we're standing right here could do something. We have to catch the people. And are you looking at your phone because you're getting a call? Or are you looking at your phone to see what your script was supposed to be? Or somebody's telling you, enough, you said enough, we good. That should do it. Something's going on. Zach. Just one word that you can remember. Zach. 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 It sticks to the brain. Zach. You'll remember it. Zach. Remember I told you. John Wilkes Booth. What's the fucker? James Earl Ray. Lee Harvey Oswald. John Hinckley Jr. They give you these. It's a cadence. It's a song. You'll remember it. Zach. Done. You see. Mr. Zach said he ran out onto the street following the suspect and warning those around him and all of humanity to keep their distance. Quote, people think I'm crazy. Maybe I'm on drugs, but I'm not. I'm fasting, he said in a reference of his observance of Ramadan. Just a second, damn it. What time is it, y'all? You're not leaving. We're going to be here we're going to be here till sun up. Listen to me. What did I say earlier? I qualified it because he's Middle Eastern, I don't want to assume he's Muslim. That's why I made the whole speech about, just he could be Christian, but still their habits are the same. So I should hear some exclamation, something that references the name of God some kind of way. Muslims can't go a paragraph almost without mentioning the name of God. It's so on us. And he's an Arab. Arabic is his first language. Or some version of it, Farsi, Urdu, something. But now we find out that indeed he is Muslim. That's 2 minutes and 7 seconds of an exclamated speech. Not one wallahi, subhanallah, mashallah, Allahu Akbar. Nothing from Zach. But I'm not. I'm fasting. In reference to his observation of Ramadan. Nah, homie. Nah, nah, nah. I'll just make sure that we went to the end.
Somebody's gonna do something. We need to be careful from this thing. Do we have to? We need to be careful from this thing. We need to be careful from this thing.
Zach, did he put up any resistance?
I don't know.
Did he say anything during the news not letting the Brooklyn shooter take a break?
Now they start asking questions. After he told the story twice damn near. Because they didn't react. After his first whatever, then he start, you know, it's like a child. You know, I went over there and like you come in and go, somebody saved the dog. I don't know. It was me, uncle. I saved the dog. Oh, that's good, nephew, such and such. And they want to tell you again, because I saved the dog. Like, you didn't give them enough acknowledgement, so they got to say it again. This was that for me. Man, I was going to run it again, but in the interest of time, I just want to move on. I hope you got it, because I'm interested to read the rest of this. The police have said they received a tip from Mr. James, or that Mr. James. This is what our third publication. We did the BBC, we did the whatever the other one was, and then now this is the New York Times, and we're back to Mr. James again, everybody. The police said they received a tip that Mr. James had been in a McDonald's, bitch, not quite 2 blocks away, and were searching for him in the area. So they were searching for him in the area, but this guy comes out and said the police didn't believe me, or that he sees him before the police sees him. When did he see? What time did he see? Because depending on the time, the entire earth in New York is looking for this dude or somebody. But nobody knows who they're looking for because there's no cameras. And there's no, and by the way, well, he was apprehended 30 hours later. So this would have been at least the next day. So we don't know locally what had pictures been put out of him. I can't really move on this dude as firmly as I need to. Just know he is still some bullshit, even though we don't know all the details. Did that, but I'm clear about that. I can swear to that. Anyways, so two non-law enforcement, they shouldn't be called that. They don't know the law. They don't go to law school. Like 2 donut lard-ass murderers with knowledge of the investigation, knowledge of it. It wouldn't have been like department-wide across the entire fucking state. No, just who knew, had knowledge of the investigation from 1930s after the investigation was closed down and 80 people, then all the people who knew about it died. But with knowledge of the investigation, said it appeared that Mr. James had called the tip-in line in himself. Well, where did they get that appearance at? While Zach is doing all this, they're saying, well, 2 of these donut eaters with knowledge of the investigation said that James had called the tip-in line in himself. Really? It appeared. Well, what made it appear that way? How did it appear? The police have not yet confirmed whether Zach, his actions led to Mr. James's arrest. Because they can't confirm that, because he's been put out there as a shiny red object for you. A flashy, shiny object. I saw it, I caught him, I saw him walking down the street. You won't forget him, because he's got that thick accent. His name is Zach. Zach. You won't forget it. He's just a shiny object. Look over here. That's also what happens in the case of conspiracy. Oh, look over here. Oh, look over here. Oh, look. Wait, oh, look over here. What? Back over here now. This is that. Look over here. The police have not confirmed if his actions led to the arrest of James. We don't know. But Zach's upbeat demeanor and charismatic energy made him a sensation on social media. Period. I've just been telling you for the last 15 minutes. He's unforgettable. He's animated. You won't forget him. His name is Zach, blah, blah, blah. And what do they say? But Tehan's upbeat demeanor and charismatic energy made him a sensation on social media and a gnat or something in my house. there is now a hashtag, thank you, Zach, created by white people, trending that white people are using to share clips and videos of his news conference. Others are also claiming a role in leading the police to Mr. James, which carries a $50,000 reward. In an interview, Francisco Puebla, manager El Jefe de Saife, a hardware and garden store on First Avenue at 7th Street. I also noticed the whole time Zach was speaking, St. Mark, even when they panned the crowd and came back, they kept that St. Mark Street sign in the frame. That was not lost on the Jedi. Now, they tell us that this guy, Francisco, is at First Avenue at 7th Street. Took a gentle dig at Zach, whom he had hired to help upgrade the store's security camera system. So Zach is a security camera guy. This guy hired him specifically for cameras on a day or during whatever. They're now fixtures or attachments to an event where the entire event is not captured on camera. It's bullshit, everybody. And I've given you two possible reasons of the why of it all. To get more security funding so you can appropriate more money for these fake ass murderers in the subway system, which we know that'll be in the black neighborhoods. And also so the bitch ass moist booty ass mayor can have more security detail so he can feel more important. So he says that he doesn't he took a gentle dig at the Zach person and said, I hired him to upgrade the security cameras at his store. Quote, he's all over social media, said Puebla. 46 said, throwing his arms outward in a gesture apparently signifying bigness. But I'm the one who took action, end quote. Mr. Puebla, so you see somebody who is respectable and should be mentioned with esteem, they're giving a mass shooter, allegedly, the same courtesy, Mr. James, as if they're equal. Mr. Puebla said he saw a burly man with a backpack, walking slowly up First Avenue. So if he had a backpack, so if the backpack wasn't left behind, so we believe he just took the credit card out with his name on it, and he took the gun out and left it, and he took the, what else they say he left? The extra ammunition and all the shit that just, so what's left in the backpack now? What's in the backpack? Because now Zach has claimed he saw a bag, and now Puebla is claiming he saw a burly man with a backpack walking slowly up First Avenue. He felt panic, he said, and feared calling the police because he didn't want to be wrong. I don't want to put someone in trouble. He's definitely Spanish as his first language, if they're quoting him directly. I don't want to put somebody in trouble. We don't speak like that. But somebody whose English is not their first language, that's how they would structure the word or the sentence. I don't want to put someone in trouble, Puebla said. But when a police car happened to stop, just out of nowhere, another anomaly, I wasn't going to call nobody, but a police car happened to stop for a red light at the corner, Mr. Puebla said he walked to it, waved and said, police officer, I might be wrong, but the guy that did the shooting is right in the middle of the block. So apparently they weren't on patrol looking for him. What were they doing that they wouldn't have? Why did Puebla and Zach have to see this dude? And they just casually driving up the street and stopping at stoplights and being summoned last minute. I mean, it's just, I can't. It's beyond ridiculous, dude. Wow. But the guy was right in the middle of the block. Moments later, several police cars converged on Mr. James just to the north. A New York portrait painter, Lee Vasu, also said he alerted the police. Really? Mr. Vasu told the website ArtNet that after having lunch at Cafe Magador on St. Mark's Place near First Avenue with his mother, wife, and 8-month-old daughter, he spotted the suspect walking. Mr. Vasu said he went up to a police car. A lot of police cars to just go up to. He went up to a police car that was parked on First Avenue. A lot of police in the area, but no police see the dude. He went up to a police car that was parked on First Avenue to point out Mr. James's location. And within seconds, police cars started arriving from every direction. I can't. Oh, man. Well, then that proves that if we believe any of it, then Vasu, sat your ass down. Because if your alerting of these police that you went up to was what precipitated the arrival of these other police, it's unforeseeable that they would have shown up in seconds. So you weren't the one. So we looking at the Puebla dude and Zach. It's bitch ass. Nah, interviews, arrest records, and hours of his own words on YouTube offer a fractured portrait of Frank James. That doesn't mean anything. That's going to be that's relevant, everybody. But I suggest to you that's just being used as distractory, like so that you don't interrogate everything that we've been interrogating up to now. This is like, well, look how bad he is, and his feet stink, and his Jordans were outdated, and oh look, you see, we can't go to this yet because it's not. You've not proven to me that I need to look at this dude at all. You got nothing. And now you want me to be sure that these people saw this guy so that I still continue to forget about everything else that I'm questioning. Well, I'm still not even to Zach and Puebla and everybody else. Fuck them. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. And we won't be. Because we're still on why weren't there cameras working in this damn station? And was it just in that one station or was it system-wide? And were they working at any time that fucking day before this event? At any time. Even the night before. Because that means something must have transpired between last night and this morning. Between last night and 8:30 this morning, something happened. And we're still not clear if the people are on the train or on the platform. They've been very vague about that, and I suggest to you it's been deliberate. I want to come to you and see what you're saying about this thus far. I can't. Where are the older comments? Um, my angel, I certainly do not believe that he was ranting about homeless people. I read that. And then you said April 12th. I didn't see it, but you were on it before I found it out. Donna, you also said the 12th of April. Thank you for that. It sounds like it's the 12th of April, yes. Remember he did the shooting before 8:30 a.m. Yes, my angel. Shiro King, there's a lot of evil to unpack here. He's 62 on 36th Street, 30 hours, and on the 12th. Sounds just like some 666 shit they pulled off. Ah, that's perfect. Damn it. It is. It is. You know, and and when we see the pictures of him, he's kind of a fat ass too. So he's not. Somebody mentioned the word athlete earlier. He's not an athlete. What was that? Khalifa. It didn't happen. And then they're unclear about how they found out about this. Is a black man that don't shoot up shit every single damn day. We don't remember how we found out about the shooting. We wish we knew. Really? Because somebody had to dispatch officers. Unless they didn't need dispatching because it didn't happen. They were just told to go to certain sectors because there's going to be an event. Just like you had them saying to people on 9/11, move back, the building 7's about to come down, it's going to be blown up. They knew. The police are always in on bullshit. They're always in on it. They have to be. They have to be. Because they're the ones that have to keep people back from the main event. And help with the ire of it all. With their police cars parked all over the place and make it very crisis-y and shit. Allison Bleb, we know it's all a lie, Jedi. We can see it clearly. Laughing my ass off. No footage, no video. In New York City, no less. Where there's been a fucking terrorist attack. The first thing you do is you make sure cameras are working every day for everything, always, ever. And it's Ramadan for Muslims. So they would, this is a city that allegedly has been attacked by Muslims. Let them tell it. Never happened. So you're going to be up on time. It's Ramadan. They could attack, Also, something else that happened. These fucking Zionist-ass, fake-ass, non-ass, Jew-ass bitches went to Al-Aqsa Mosque in Israel and attacked our people on Friday prayer during Ramadan. Fuck those people, dude. Death to all of them, I pray. You get people in a holy mosque praying. And they remember they did this shit last year before. I did a thing on it. Again, here they go. I wonder if this was the same fucking day. Let's find out if that was the reason. When did Israelis attack Al-Aqsa Mosque? 15th of April, bitch. At least that's when this is being written, so let me make sure this... Wait now. The white man is the devil, everybody. Al-Aqsa Mosque storming. You just storming in, Fuck Israel, dude. Fuck these people. And then I saw, I don't know how old this was, but there was one of these fuckers up there being interviewed. Oh, because, Israel has nuclear weapons. They have whole nuclear weapons. We've known this forever. Those of us who know. In fact, that's one of the reasons why Helen Thomas is not there. They claim it's because she made the statements about, you know, the Jews should just go their ass back to fucking Germany and Poland because they're not being attacked anymore. Nobody's oppressing them anywhere on the fucking earth. They should go the fuck home. That's what she was saying. But really why her career was over is because after Obama became president, remember she was head of the White House press corps. There was an award in her name and everything. Like it was a high prestigious honor to get the Helen Thomas Award and all of it. But she was known to ask the tough questions when the president comes out into the press room, and, you know, like, she doesn't just do softball bullshit. And she asked Obama, do you know, because, you know, they were talking, they were talking about nuclear arms and the safety, and, you know, people can't just have them. He goes, can you name any countries in the Middle East that have nuclear weapons? You know, I don't want to speculate because you're gonna have to say Israel, bitch. You're gonna have to say Israel. And because you have to suck the asshole, the funky, dirty asshole of Israel, you can't say shit. That's why he couldn't say anything. You understand? So, they have nuclear weapons. And this reporter was sitting up there asking one of these fake-ass government people there about their nuclear weapons. He goes, Israel has the right to protect itself. Like, that's their canned line. You're not in fucking danger, bitch. This is a ruse that they use for their evil upon humanity. That's it. Israel's not a fucking holy place. Those are not holy people, everybody. They're not. Don't have no more fucking sympathy for these people. Don't. Because, like I say, their Holocaust was probably 3.5 to 4 years tops, and it was over. People are living just fine in that part of the world right now as I'm speaking to you right now. So what danger are they in? While they oppress and murder Palestinians, while they prostrate in prayer to Allah in a mosque. Don't tell me shit. Don't do it. Miss Matthews, Nikola Tesla has spoken about the 369 often, and so Madam speaks to the 3 and 6 often. Earth is said to be the third rock from the sun. 3 is the magic number per study. Only place do you lose me, Miss Matthews, is the third rock from the sun. Because the white devil is the one telling us anything about the fucking planet. You and I have not been over 35,000 feet in this bitch, if we've flown at all. So we don't know anything about anything. I put my trust in the word of God, who I know exists. And I don't put my word in that of the white devil, who I know is the devil. So anything you're going to tell me about the earth and its position where it is, I don't believe shit about it. Because I know that the sun is not all these millions of miles away that they claim. We have actual pictures of the sun in our clouds. Allah tells me in the Quran, from his divine mouth to my ears, how he has placed these in the sky as lanterns and light. So the moon is not like all these millions of miles away, and the sun. I'm not believing that ever on fucking planet Earth. Not believing it. That or the globe thing. Not happening. Until I'm in some craft that can take me high enough to see this bitch for myself. This is a flat bitch. Period. So I'm not believing on that third rock from the sun bullshit. It's never gonna fly with me. You go on. You say no Caucasian hurt. If not, very telling. Well, we don't know. I don't know any of the victims. Do we know? I should be asking. Do we know any victims? Because I haven't really had a chance to. This is what I'm looking at the story now. So I don't know. Where are the victims? Where are they? Who were they? Did we see any of them? Was anybody that even mocked up to put on the news to say, ooh, I was there and I was hit by shrapnel and I broke a nail? Something, you know. This is what the Germancha channel speaks to too. Okay, let me get to somebody else, Miss Matthews. Sheba, shout out to you. Peace, King. I hope you had a successful Ramadan. I wouldn't call it successful. Sheba, but I thank you for that. It's one of the things I'm bummed about. You know, I had some days. The thing that kills me about Ramadan, you know, but I always tell you, anything of great value requires great sacrifice. I say that to you all because this is one of the things my Maker has taught me. And in that is Ramadan. So, because the reward is so great, the jump is so high. I don't have anybody to wake me up or remind me or do anything for me. It's just me. So, sadly, if you wake up and it's daylight, you can't fast. You can't. You can do it, but it's not going to count. Doesn't count. That bites my ass. So I have days that I need to make up because, you know, I overslept. I have sleeping issues already, and I kind of wore myself down because there was many a night that I just was like, I can't go to sleep because I might not wake up on time for suhoor, and I just can't. I didn't want to take that chance, you know. And it was just very grueling because now I'm really tired because I've been up all maybe a day or maybe 2 days at this point probably because it's just. But you know, but I'll probably just do a piece on that. I don't know, but thank you and good to see you, Sheba. Evelyn, no, Allison, you say it's like comedy, laugh out loud, an alleged criminal being labeled Mr. James. Is his real name James Bond? I can't. It might as well be at this point, because why not? Why not? Everything else is bullshit. Why not? Evelyn, I think the question is why a distraction from geopolitics, and yeah, and I'm citing the attack on Al-Aqsa. You know, even though the Al-Aqsa thing was after, but there's a time delay difference. You know, like it's what's today? It's Tuesday, Sunday for us, but somewhere else it's already Monday or Monday night or something. Wait, I'm just saying I don't know what the time difference is. You know, like in Israel, in Palestine. There's no place called Israel, everybody. It's fucking Palestine. That's it. That's it. Just because I show up at your house and proclaim just that you live in, you know, South Carolina, and I go, it's California. That don't make it. These motherfuckers showed up in 1948 talking about it's Israel. Bitch, no, it's still Palestine. Always has been, always will be. Period the fucking end. That's it. That's it. There's no place called Israel, but there are a people known as Israel. That would be us. No place for your big nosed white ass. No place. So the time correlation, I can still make it work as a distraction though. So that then the ignorant would say, you know, after this happened, it'll take the heat off this. Ooh, look, access happened. Ooh, then you look away from this. Or you go, well, it's just, everything's just happening in the world right now. That's the get throw up my hands, people. Everything's just happening. They're not really paying attention. They need to die off too, goddammit. But yeah, definitely geopolitics is definitely it has to be insinuated in this. Allison, Mr. or Miss Matthews. You're talking to Miss Matthews. Miss Matthews. I want to get somebody else, Miss Matthews. I'll come back and read your other stuff, but I don't want to read your thesaurus and then I don't get to somebody to just type one thing, you know? Just want to be fair. Allison, and human domestication. That might have been for somebody else and I'm out of context. It might have been for Miss Matthews. Information Man Show. Shout out to you. Information Man. Yeah, shout out to you, brother. If you're there, I don't know when you type this. Peace and respect to you, brother. Same to you. And don't steal my shit. Don't do that. Sheba. There are cameras everywhere. Why is there no footage? Exactly. And You want to tell me it's Kansas or some bullshit? This is New York. This is where they allege 9/11 happened. Allege. Oh, there was a terrorist attack on American soil and the whole world changed because 3 billion buildings were blown up. The whole world changed? Really? Because I've been in a few earthquakes here in California and somehow the world didn't change. Not understanding why there wasn't a change. You know. Allison, that's interesting. Probably something secret society. Something people see. Something secret society people use. Miss Matthews, not only them now, many critical thinkers apply it to decode. I'm with you on the crisis actors, Allison. We've seen that. And let us not forget Ukraine, when there was like, we have all these dead bodies and so, and then they fucking started moving. We won't believe shit. If I didn't see it, it didn't happen. It just didn't. Nope, it didn't happen. I didn't see it, so it didn't happen. Donna Gray, 33 shots in an enclosed space. Not heard of any deaths. Very odd. That's an excellent point. Like, come on, you know. And it what was it, a Glock 9mm at that. Allison, I'm think you meant gonna look it up, Jedi. The video. Fake news. Miss Matthews, all Asians. What stop was that? Sheba, it's probably extra footage from some movie. Yeah, you talking about on the train, you and Miss Matthews. Very good observation, Miss Matthews, because I didn't notice. I do remember now that there was Asian people. It's a very good observation. I didn't catch that, and I agree with you, Sheba, that like we'll know. That don't mean nothing. It meant nothing. Miss Matthews, how could the average person even buy such what? Sheba, that's not the case. How is that an answer to why? Donna, this is a case study of why the police need to be defunded. But we don't want to use that language. We need them to fucking have qualified immunity taken away. I don't give a fuck how much funding they have. Because what's going to happen is, once you take away qualified immunity, they're going to go the fuck away anyway. So that means they're going to save money, their budgets won't be as big, and the city, the money that's apportioned for them will be less anyway. Well, you don't have as many officers, you don't need as much money. So we good. You know, you got to take away qualified immunity. Fuck their money. The power is what we want to take. That means when you commit murder, it's the same as if I commit murder on your bitch ass. You feel me? Not, we don't know what's in the mind of the officer and, you know, and somehow was it justified shooting? You know, bitch, murder is murder. That means you got to think twice before you claim you're inferior life and all this other nonsense they give us. Just like the fat bitch I brought y'all that shot the brother recently. And she was like, come on now. Come on now. I told you. If you didn't go watch the link, then you don't know what I'm talking about. You're out of context. And I don't care. But her fat ass tried to use, he said he had something. I thought he had something in his hand. They knew the bitch was lying and she's out of there. You got to take with qualified immunity. Qualified immunity. You go on, you say the train had to keep moving so the crime scene would be contaminated. Thank you. Yes. Just like 9/11, there was trucks down there within 5 minutes taking away the steel. Wait, we have a crime scene here. What's going on? But no, Giuliani was having that steel taken. They claimed Giuliani. It wasn't just fucking Giuliani. It was all their bitch ass. We're having from Bush down to fucking Silverstein. Doesn't matter. they were having that steel taken out of there and shipped to fucking China so you couldn't test it. You know. I'm over it. Shiro, I thought they found all the toys and fun in the hall van. No, they found it on either on the platform or in the train. We're still not sure. I don't know. As I said, I think they're being purposely vague about that. Donna, where's the footage from commuters and witnesses? Most people would have a phone. I know, it's like the basic shit. Like, nobody pulled their cell phone out. Nobody has an aftermath. Just put on their gram or get some views on some Twitter or something. Like, nobody, nothing. Nah. One and one don't make two on this. They just don't. Sheba, according to them, he made racist, hateful YouTube videos. Well, anytime white people get their ass hurt and you tell the truth about them, they want to scream that. I'm over it. So that meant nothing to me because I'm that dude. So this means nothing. This just adds to their agenda to shut down free speech on social media platforms. Exactly. Shiro, Toshiba, Allison, it's a trend of faking shootings. It really is. Shiro, security cam tech named Zach, would like to buy a vowel. And I'd like to phone a friend. I'm going to have to use one of my lifelines. I didn't want to do it. I said I wouldn't 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 do it. I'm going to have to use a lifeline. I'm just going to have to do it because Sheba, I can believe it. Shiro, oh, that's Toshiro. Shiro to Sheba. I can hear it. Sheba. Chile. Oh, Chow. I can't with that. This is why U.S. loves immigration. They use these people who will do anything to get in good with ICE and white people. Allison is laughing her ass off. Miss Christie, he was, another shout out to you, Miss Christie. He was stuttering and nervous. Yeah, it just didn't have the ring of believability. It just didn't have it. Just didn't have it. Did not have it. Didn't have it. Shiro King, the letter J is the number 10 and Z is the number and the number 10 and Z is the number is 26 equals 36th Street James and so-called Zach. Wow. I hope I read that right. Sheba, you clowning for that 50K. This dude. Allison, laughing her ass off at you, Sheba. Oh shit, it jumped, y'all. Oh, there we go. Allison, he sure is dancing hard for that coin. But now that Puebla and the other dude came up to contest it, and then the police are like, we can't confirm whether or not he was why we found the son of a bitch. So they just trying to like not pay out the money. You feel me? Because they can also, you can be a part of a conspiracy and not know you're part of a conspiracy. So the police may just be reacting and have no idea this dude is fucking FBI hired and it's just up there as a total plant and it's total bullshit and have no idea. Because that's the other thing about conspiracies. People always think you need a bunch of people in order to pull off a conspiracy. You don't. You don't. You don't. Listen, there are 4 or 6 people that own every fucking thing you see on TV or in print in this bitch. How difficult is it to get 6 people in a room to say the same thing? The attack on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. The pilot that was even thousands of people working on this nuclear bomb didn't know what the fuck they were working on. The dude that flew the plane that dropped the bomb didn't even know what the fuck he was dropping. Didn't know. He knew he was going to be dropping a bomb, but he didn't know this is what he was dropping. The Enola Gay, the whole thing. Go read the story. Go find out. You understand? So let us be over this idea that when something, an event happens, they've trained you to believe that, well, somebody would tell. No, because you saw how people fucking took a fucking vaccine in their arms. People cower and suck their tail between their legs like bitches and weak-ass fucking mongoloids if it's a coin on the line. Because people don't have any principle or anything. They don't. You understand? You got to be willing to die. You got to be willing to kill. You got to be willing to give it all over and sacrifice everything that you fucking own if your principles are that strong. It don't take nothing to have people shut the fuck up in this bitch. You saw how quickly the very people that would have been your friend today, the next day they was like, well, you can't come into the restaurant if you can't show your vaccine, and you saw nurses, you saw doctors, you saw everybody. You should have learned that from this if you didn't know it already. Shouldn't you I'm over it. So I'm not surprised at all, but I'm just trying to say that it's very possible the police didn't know who this dude was, and they're dancing like nah, because in their mind he's still an Arab, and they don't want to have to give him 50 grand. No, we don't know if he's the one that told us or not. Thereby admitting that you didn't catch him yourself, though. So you should be a little bit embarrassed about that. Just, Andrea Smith, shout out to you, Queen. I don't know when you left that comment, but I hope you didn't have to wait too long for me to get to you. That's why I have to skip some of your stuff, Miss Matthews. I appreciate your involvement, but I can't just have people sitting there, Shiro, and another suspicion is, where are the victims? It's not about Nancy Grace. What about the victims, Geraldo? What about the victims? That's Nancy Grace. It's always about the victims for this bitch. What about the victims? It's about the victims. And you say, where are the victims, family members, and at bitching about what happened? It's all hush hush, it appears. Yes, it's a very good point. Because excellent. So if you can't bring me a victim, where's the family? Saying, and now I want to bring a lawsuit against the city because my loved one was on that train and in that station or on the train, wherever it was. That's where my loved one was, and I'm very distraught about it. And we lost Sarah. 10 million. You go on. The outrage about the non-working cameras is all of it. It really is. It just, that to me is the smoking gun. Because that's what you also always have in any conspiracy. A smoking gun. JFK, it's the grassy knoll. You want a second one? Back into the left. Smoking gun. That's why they didn't want you to see the Zapruder film. That didn't come out till years after. Kennedy was shot in 1963. They didn't see the Zapruder film until the 1970s. The public didn't see it till the 1970s. You see? So, because it was smoking gun. 9/11. Building 7 is not even mentioned in the official report. Because it's the fucking smoking gun, bitch. It's not hit by planes. It's a football field and a half away. It only had enough fire to do nothing. And yet, at 5:30 in the afternoon, it goes down to its own footprint in 6 seconds. Like that. A 47-story building, steel reinforced, 6 seconds. I can't do anything in 6 seconds. Wow. Just so we understand. Oh. This is 6 seconds. And go. A 47-story building. That's how fast it goes down. Wait. I'll just do it again so it really impacts you. And start the building falling. 47 stories. Now there's no building. Now there's a building. Wait, I didn't stop it. Now there's a building. 47 stories. Now there's no building. That's 6 seconds. I'm over it. Oh, damn it. Allison, those comments you skipped were for you too, Jedi. I'm going to go back to them, but it's Miss Matthews, and it's a lot. And I got to get to other people, you know, other people's comments. If I spend 20 minutes reading Miss Matthews, which I don't mind, if I don't got nobody else I got to read. I don't know how long I've been on, but I was doing the articles forever. People put their comment. I want to respond to that. People want me to see their comment. They want me to read it. I got to get to everybody. Then I got to balance the time, how long I've been on here against West Coast time plus East Coast time. Donna is in the UK. I mean, it's just, you know, so it's a very, it's a balancing act, you know. So I just have to do the best I know how. But I'll come back to them. I just want to get to everybody. Charmaine Champagne, shout out to you. I haven't seen Charmaine in a minute, so I'm glad. I wouldn't. When would I have gotten to Charmaine? You know. Shiro. And by the way, King, why in the fuck was Zach even around and not working on any camera, but his naked eye became the instant camera? That's a fucking good idea. Because we did read that he had seen it through the camera, but then when he's out there with all of his bullshit, he claims that he saw the guy and he was started alerting all of humanity that that's the dude. Excellent. Excellent. Shiva, New York is always on some false flag stuff. Have you done a piece on the clown mayor yet? He irks my soul. That's why I can't do a piece on him. Because it'll just be a bunch of screaming and yelling. I know that I hate it. His face makes me sick. And I'm just over weak-ass black men and weak-ass black men that are in power. I would kill him with my bare hands. Do you understand? I'm so over men like that. Over it. And I haven't allowed myself to really look, but I feel like he recently came into office and it was like he was, you know, it's a whole thing, man. Fuck this dude and the bitch that gave birth to him. Richard Hart, shout out to you. Hi, Jedi. Why are you up so late? I don't think I've ever watched one of your live streams at 8:01 UK time. I just finished my breakfast, still drinking my Earl Grey. That Earl Grey tea, man. Wow. Yeah. And yeah, it's late, y'all. for me even. All right, let me come back up. Let me do a couple of Miss Matthews comments in. I'll just scan the Miss Matthews and I'll read the really significant ones so that I don't have to read all of them. We can have a little bit of discussion there and we can move along. When you put this weight 30 hours later, I hear that, you know, that thing they have on 3 hours later. It's in everything. Like, where are they finding that at? Like, I like to use that. I seen one the other day, an eternity later. I'm like, what? Man, I don't know where they're finding that. I see a lot of that on Instagram. You know, it'll be like 3 hours later. Ever since the Nipsey Hussle passing, the grainy video footage shown to the public, most were confused. In 2019, that's the only footage provided. And I did full pieces on that, Miss Matthews. Yes. And I bitched about the graininess. Oh, I did masterful work on Nipsey. Masterful work. If I say so myself, I'll put my own damn color. I went through that. I went through that. I went through that. I went through that. I did that. Showing a brother respect in this context in the public, question mark. I know, with this Mr. James, I think that's what you're referring to, Miss Matthews. Oh, that's what you're trying to say, Allison. You're trying to say some of the things that you're typing back to Miss Matthews is also for me. I get what you're saying now. But you know, when I'm reading comments, I go, oh, so-and-so to so-and-so, so-and-so to so-and-so, and I just move past those. I'm like, let y'all talk about yourselves. Let me keep moving. So, okay, I'll try to notice. How much airtime and attention Nipsey's case was getting. Most whites aren't even familiar with him. Yeah. I will say that I at least knew who Nipsey was, but I didn't know him as a rapper. I had seen him on some forums speaking, you know, about social and political things. I didn't know he was a rapper. You know, I knew him for something else. Miss Matthews, this is my first seeing these articles. We try to steer clear of mainstream news. Some of it hits you in the face because I don't even have television, and I definitely don't get newspapers at my house, you know. So the only way that I see anything is if somebody tells me about something, or I accidentally see something, you know, or if I know about something, I would have to go specifically look. I wouldn't have any way to just, you know, but some things just you definitely will be exposed to them some kind of way because they're so pervasive and saturated in the society that just gonna come to you some kind of way, you know. And I think that this was that for me, you know. And I didn't want to do it because it was Ramadan. They used to list the suspect whole name, no handle of Mr. when accused of such a heinous crime. Exactly. Those threes again ask so, madam, and or a gematria person. Don't know what I read. Gematria, not too versed in it, but it's similar to numerology, the study of numbers, math, geometry. Zach used to watch his channel. Now I tend to watch Simple Truth TV channel. Allison Bleb. My angel. And why would he be carrying a damn birth certificate around with him? He didn't really. I was just adding that. I just started adding like old ridiculous shit. I'm like, you know, he had his mother's birth certificate, or his birth certificate. He had his mother's first name. He had, I mean, because it was that ridiculous to me. But no, he didn't have his birth certificate. He just had the gun. He left the gun and extra, you know, cartridges, ammunition, credit card with his name on it. Um, it was still some more stuff that I can't name. Like it was some stuff. Like I'm like, are you kidding me, bro? Come on. It's the belief that everything that is triangle can be weighed, measured, even air, if contained. Well, that's true because you know you can go and buy like, well, even gas proves that, you know, and we know that air has weight. Um, that's why you gotta have something lighter than air to float in air, like helium, you know, or there's another chemical they use, can't remember. If contained, this planet triangle is a mathematical reality. Allison Blib, so there's some. Are you talking to Allison? Shiva, there are cameras. I had read that. Jedi, did you see the Tracy Braxton homegoing service? I did not. Her husband said she passed. I don't know. I knew she passed away. That's all I know. And it's very sad. Who was the for president? I can't. I just can't. Exactly. Most New Yorkers are oblivious on the train in commute unless someone is really loud, drawing attention. And what does sunset denote in this report? Rhetorical. Don't answer that. This confusing report is why many think that these are somehow inside jobs. No, they're confusing because they're trying to cover up their lie, because the truth reads very smooth. The truth is very, it just sails like it's nothing, you know. It reads the way it does because it's bullshit, you know. Uh, and it is this is this, well, I don't know if I call this an inside job, but just call it just some bullshit. It's a staged event. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. It did not happen. This didn't happen. Um, to maybe use an excuse to justify the harassing certain people, so they use a blackface to implement crimes. Well, this would make it more it'll stand out. People forget these shootings of white people because they happen. You know, we hear the numbers of how many fucking mass shootings have happened. We're like, that many? When the fuck? Because they don't cover them all, because there's all the time. White people are fucking crazy and they're always kirking off. That's the truth of it. So give it a black face and it kind of disarms everybody a little bit, but it also makes you perk up more, you know, and remember it and listen to it and be more curious about it. But that's also makes it very anomalous, and I don't believe your fucking ass, because not only is he a black dude, but he's 62 years old, and you didn't satisfy any reason why he would commit this act. You know, I hate the fuck out of white people. Sadly, I haven't gone out and shot up their ass. You feel me? So that there's no connection there. So that doesn't work. And then the cameras weren't working, so he just got a freebie, just anomalously. This black guy finally decides to go out and do something, and on that day he gets lucky and no cameras are working. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Just say you worked at a bank. This will make it more understandable for many people. You worked at a bank. The day you didn't come in, the day you left early from work, suddenly, you've been there 5 years. You never called off. You never been sick. You never left early. Nothing happened. This day, oh my God, I have to leave. and you left without telling anybody, and they find out, oh my God, the vault is open and $1 million is gone, they'll never believe you didn't take that money. And you're going to jail. Whether they have evidence or not, you're going to jail. Because it's too anomalous. She's never called off. This day, she just ups and has to leave all of a sudden at the snap of a finger. Just so happens the vault is open and oh my God, $1 million is missing. Nobody's going to believe it. Even if it's not the truth. Even if it's true that you didn't take the money, nobody's going to believe it. People won't believe it. It won't happen. That's the sad part about it. You feel me? It's very sad. So, but that's also makes this more ridiculous. Because we're supposed to believe that, you know, this guy did this, and just so happens the cameras just weren't working. It's just too buttoned up. A couple more, Miss Matthews. Someone said that they may want to re-implement stop and frisk, violating the Fourth Amendment. Shaking my head. One has to really study laws, statutes, codes, and something doctum. I can't see it from here. I'm squinting as much as I can. It's helping me, but I just can't. Donna, I read that. 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 Allahu Akbar. I read that. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Shiro. SpongeBob is where 3 hours later comes from. Is it? Thank you, Queen. Thank you. I love you for that. I'm just saying it, and that's what I need. That, man. I tell you guys all the time. I'm not just anything I'm saying. I'm with you, so I'm not just saying stuff. Like, I mean that. So I didn't know that. Now I know that. Thank you. That means I mean that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Richard. That's 3 hours later. Comes from SpongeBob SquarePants. By the way, if you guys are on Instagram, I was telling you about knowledge converging. Every fucking video I see now is, party man, you want to bamba? You want to roll with the big boys, party man? Something, I think it says party man. I think it says that. You want to bamba? You want to roll with the big boy? But I said, what? You want to bamba? You want to bamba? What? Because this is so random. But it goes to, like, I didn't know that, and now I'm going to tell you something you don't know. You want to bamba? It's very catchy. Like, even if it's a video I fucking hate, I want to just let it play because I want to hear that beat. And you want to bamba? You want to roll with the big boys? Something. You want to bamba? But this is an African voice saying bamba. Hear me now. An African voice is saying you want to bamba. Why? Knowledge converging. Again, why we know we are the first people, everybody. Everything, except for white people, is from us. Certainly all culture and music and food and fashion, it's from us. Because I said, well, wait a minute now. There was a song called La Bamba by a Spanish dude named Ricky Valens. African dude. You want to bamba? Richie Valens. La Bamba. Richie Valens says, para bailar la bamba, tu necesito un poco de gracia. In order to do the bamba, you must have grace. He's telling you how you can do this bamba. Ricky Valens, the Spanish dude. Para bailar la bamba. Tu necesito un poco de gracias. De gracia. Because there's a difference in gracias and gracia. Gracia is grace. Gracias is thank you. But gracias is kind of grace and thanks. But it's anyway. But this African dude is saying, you want to bamba. So Ricky Valens, his whole fucking song, he's talking about a dance. And what you need to do in order to do that dance. It's a dumb song. He made gazillions from it. His estate, whatever. But why is a Spanish dude saying La Bamba, the Bamba? And now, in 2022, I'm hearing an African dude saying, you want to Bamba. It just dawned on me, like, maybe that was the reason why the universe kept making me hear that song. I'm like, because I was like, you want to Bamba? And then one day, Bamba? What? He's literally saying Bamba. It's the whole thing. It's the whole thing. You want to Bamba? You want to roll with the big boys? Body man. You want to Bamba? Anyways, so there's something maybe you didn't know, you know. And now I know about this. And how do I get that? So if like people use that in their videos, how do I get it so I can use it in my video if I want to? So I can have something say 5 hours later or an eternity later. It's very effective. It's funny. I like it. It's a few things. Anyways, I have, as my grandma would say, I done overstayed my welcome. So I'm going to go. In the interest of time, I think we should pick this back up because I'm just not satisfied. Oh, because I'm not. We went back in and we found out, even though I still don't believe it, and I'm not satisfied with it, the whole how he comes to be in custody. But what is the state of things now? You know, I'd like to know that. And also, just very quickly, as I leave. I have a causing. I put that twice. Damn it. Okay, I'm not gonna say that right now because I'm not organized and I can't say it. I do want to say this. So I will broach this again, and I'm not going to tell you the stuff that I was going to talk about because anyway, I want to leave you with this because one of the things that always comes out of me is I always tell you guys, like, you don't create, only Allah creates. You don't create, you don't create. Like, stop with this, I created, I create, I create. You don't create, you don't. You won't, you can't, you don't. But I decided to just reduce to writing, what do we do? Because anytime I say you can do this, but they don't really come to me. So, you can work, you can generate, you can innovate, you can engineer, you can produce, you can assemble, you can construct, you can build, you can make, you can erect, you can instigate, and you can cause, but you cannot create. Let's be very clear. It's very clear. And so if you look up the word create, it's, I forget what it is. It's to something that never was or some bullshit. Create. Bring into existence. To bring something into existence. And what I'm arguing is that we don't bring anything into existence from nothing. anything that list of shit I just read, that we build or work or generate or innovate or produce or assemble or construct or erect or instigate or cause, we have to use something that is already, you not coming up with anything out of nothing. Like, it's not in existence nowhere. No, if you make a cookie, tell me where you got the flour from. Well, this cookie never was, but the flour was. So that won't work. Well, I made, again, you sit and think, what? There's nothing you're going to come up with. There is nothing. There is no creating. There's no creating, everybody. We do not create. We do not create. Only Allah creates. Let us be very, very clear. The other thing I hate about this stream is that I have to watch it back for accuracy and information. And it's not going to be tonight. That I know for sure. So I can just tell you that I intend that we will all be soon together again soon, everybody. Very profound king. Only Allah creates. Exactly. Thank you, my queen. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, only Allah creates, man. That's it. That's it. That's it. I've been clear about that forever. And I remember at some point, sometime back, I said to you guys, quite some time back, I said, I don't use that word anymore. Don't use it. Because I was just given that inspiration one day that, wait a minute, you probably shouldn't say that word no more. Don't create. But more importantly, again, this is why you ponder Quran. You know, you haven't just read it and you're done. This is one of the main things about divine revelation. It continues to speak. It continues. And this thought process comes from forever ago, but still, when did I think this? I don't know. But this is when the angel first comes to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He says, "Iqra bismi rabbika ladhi khalaq." Read, recite, repeat, rehearse. But he meant read when he said Iqra. In the name of your Lord, who creates? Who? Not that or can. Who? You see? Like, that right there, that's the dude who sold me my car, you know. Like, that's very personal. You mean nobody but that one. That's the dude who sold me my car. That's the chick that cussed me out. Who cussed me out at McDonald's or something. That's the bitch, her, whatever. But it's specific. So I'm trying to tell you, this is specific. Your Lord, who creates? And who created you out of a clot of blood? And who taught man to write with a pen, it goes on, etc. SubhanAllah. But it was just, whenever I communicated that to you, it had spoken to me then. Again, like, oh wait, nah, this is, yeah, that, you know, wow. It was just another revelation from that, something I was very familiar with, but had yielded something else, you know? Just had yielded something else. Kind of like a tree that, you know, you pick the fruit this year and then next season you get another yield. Like, oh, I get more mangoes, you know? Like, yeah, it's not done. It's going to continue to give you stuff. And so such is the case with divine revelation. It continues to give, continues. You're never done reading Quran because the vastness of understanding and knowledge is with Allah. You're never going to know everything. And when you think you have learned a lot, you don't even know, I don't even have enough nail to bite off, but that would be your whole life of understanding if you live to 1,000 years old. that would just be that much. That's all you would know. You don't know anything. You don't have it, you know. So you can do it or not. I just don't use the word create. I don't. And I just thought I would reiterate that because I was looking through for something else. I thought I would share that. That'd be a perfect place to end. So I want to say thank you to everyone who was able to be part of the stream. And don't forget to thumbs up as you leave if you didn't already. And if you are somebody that's seeing me for the first time, don't forget to thumbs up. And share the video and blah, 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 blah. And I will see you all soon. I'm not even gonna fix anything. I thought it would be off here early enough to still fix something to eat. Not gonna happen. So maybe that will turn into a cooking video. I don't know. But you've seen what I've had is a few M&Ms. That's it. And now it's time to go to bed. So I'm going to do just that. I want to say, as always, I love you all. And I'll see you soon.